court.
Mwicare.
Please be seated.
Urubyiruko rushinzwe kuburanisha ibyaha byo ku rwego mpuzamahanga.
The Special Chamber on Cross-Border Crimes and International Crimes resume the proceedings with RT 0031/2019, the prosecution versus Sankara and co-accused, charged with different crimes including terrorist crimes. It should be noted that the defendants are present, except those who were absent yesterday, including RUSESABAGINA and a few others. The parties seeking compensation are not here, but they have been notified. The prosecution is represented by the usual team. So let's proceed. Over to you, prosecution. We ended yesterday's proceedings with the testimony by the witness you brought in. You said there was another witness. Are we carrying on with the second witness, or are you the one continuing with your expose on the charges? Please step forward and explain how you wish to proceed. Thank you, Your Honor. Like we explained yesterday, we had two witnesses, context witnesses. So we'd like to have you allow the second witness be heard by the court, after which we would continue with our expose with some comments tying in both testimonies. So if you allow, we'd like to proceed. If the witness is next to you, then they can take the floor. Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mr. Witness. As you know, you were requested to provide your testimony by the prosecution. They said you have some context information. You have information that is relevant to this case. We also want to tell you that you will take oath because that's what witnesses do. You will be sworn up because you have to tell the truth, because if you don't, you could be sanctioned by the law. Tell us your names. My name is Javier Noel. My father is Hakizimana Richard. My mother, Nyirashumba Godbert. I'm from the Eastern Province in Rwamagana, Gahengeri sector. Kanyange cell in Agakari village. What is your date of birth? 25th December 1968. Where is your residence? I live in Agakari village, Kanyange cell, sector Gahengeri. And what district? Rwamagana district, the Eastern Province. Are you related to anybody in this co-accused present? No, nobody. Please raise your right hand and say I, your names. I, Javier Noel, I swear to tell the truth. If I fail to do so, may I be subjected to the rigors of the law. Thank you. You have the floor. Please explain what you know relevant to this case being tried here. In general, you're not a witness on what every co-accused did. I think you've been told what you're here for. The prosecution said you are a context witness. It's the case in general. That's why you're here. Please go ahead. Thank you, Your Honor. Honorable judges. I was requested to be here, to come here to give my testimony about what I know relevant to this case. I was requested to talk about Paul RUSESABAGINA's dossier, which is I'm related to that because I was prosecuted in regard to that case, and I served 3.5 years in jail because of it. And before I proceed, I'd like to give you my background because it's related to that case. I used to be a soldier in the FAR, in the old army before the genocide. I was enrolled in 1991, and in 1992 I started fighting on the battleground. I fought until 1994 when I fled to Mugunga refugee camp, and the camps were destroyed, and I continued all the way to Central African Republic, and I left Central Africa in 1998 and went back to Congo to fight again. I was on the government side, Congolese government side, with the armies in the Western Congo, including Central Africa and Congo Brazzaville. That's when I returned to the Congo, and I joined the Allier armed group. There was the first Allier in the Eastern Congo, but we joined Allier 2, which was collaborating with the Kinshasa government. Back then, I was in that army. We did what we were supposed to do at different times until 2002, when we changed course after we fell out with the Congolese and we decided to go into the jungle. Back then I occupied different positions in the army and intelligence, and we came back all the way to the Eastern Congo to join Allier 1 elements. If I go back a little bit, Allier changed to FDLR in 2005. Because both Alliers were accused of different things, and it was necessary to change the name to try and evade those accusations. That's how FDLR was created. So we joined that group, and we operated in the Eastern Congo, and we kept planning our activities until 2005 and 6. I'm mentioning that period because that it's leading to the main purpose why I'm here today. I've skipped many details because they are not relevant to this case. So in 2006 is that's where I will begin, because I was informed, I was listening to media, and I was aware of what was going on, including different politicians, including Paul RUSESABAGINA. I heard what he was saying on the media, and I liked what he was saying, his plans, his agenda. It was related to what I was doing. It was in line with it. So back then I had the means to use the phone and speak with different people all over the world. Then somebody who lives in Belgium, Rubingisa project called Malumba, spoke with me on the phone, because I had tried to find a signal, and we spoke on the phone and we talked, and he told me about Paul RUSESABAGINA. He told me about the main's agenda, plans, and I felt that plan was good. So I asked him to give him the man's phone number. Then I called the man. I introduced myself, and I told him that I'm a battalion commander. Told him what our plan is, our ideology. told him how we perceive them as politicians who are abroad, who are providing us with assistance. Because there were problems within the FDLR, internal conflicts. So the solution, we needed a solution to those, and it was necessary because of our agenda. And then I found that he was receptive, he understood, and he also told me that he had tried to get in touch with FDLR leadership so they can be partners, and then there were they were diverging on a few things. So I was very much interested because I was ready to do anything to make a change, whatever it took. So I didn't have enough time because you had to go and find access and signal, access to a phone and a good signal. And then when I went back without that phone signal, it was an enclave. We had no communications means. The only thing that could operate was a satellite phone. Then, since 2006, that the contact had stopped because we could not get in touch with people abroad. I continued my job, kept doing my job, and then I fell sick in 2007. And then I took leave to go and seek medical care because it was difficult to have medical care where we were based. So I left, and I took a 1-year leave to seek medical attention, and I went to Lusaka, Zambia. That was towards the end of 2007. Once in Lusaka, because I was back in civilization with communications and everything, and I joined my family in their neighborhood. There was a neighbor, Saint Yumva Polinaire, another Rwandan. He was, another Rwandan, and we got to know each other, and we lived a normal life. And then once a certain Minani Nosan came to see him from Belgium, he introduced him as an exile from abroad, and we had a conversation. But he alluded to, we were talking politics, military. So they were curious. They were meeting somebody, a fighter who was from the jungle. So we talked about those issues, and then he alluded to Paul RUSESABAGINA. I told him that I spoke with him in 2006, and then we kept talking about him more seriously. So he gave me his number. I called him and I introduced myself, and I said, I had lost the number he had given me back when I was in the jungle. There are documents that you cannot keep for a long time. Sometimes they could cause problems. So he gave me the number. I called him up and I introduced myself. He remembered me, and we spoke about what was going on in the jungle and where I was when I was speaking with him. But let me tell you that even in our first call, he had talked about his PDR Humure political party. But I was aware of it too. But when I spoke with Minani from Belgium, he had more information about the RUSESABAGINA's operations with his political party, PDR Humure. And I found out that he needed an armed wing. Minani had mentioned that. So as I was speaking with Rusesabagina himself, he said he has a political party and that he is negotiating, he's trying to enter into negotiations with the government of Rwanda, but he said the best case scenario would be that a negotiated solution be achieved, but if his political party could show that it's a powerful, it has a force, it would be much better. An armed wing would contribute to increasing pressure on the government of Rwanda so they can share a few things and they would be in a much better position as they negotiate. And if that failed, and then they would have to resort to the military solution. So he instructed me to follow up on that, especially within the FDLR, and try to recruit inside that armed group, because they had well-trained soldiers, and wherever we could find soldiers. That was the mission he gave me, and we agreed on it. And I told him we need the means to do it. We need military equipment, and it's expensive. It takes financial means for operations, for transport, medications. He told me that's not a problem. He said he can. That is assured. I said, okay. So if that's okay, and then let's do something. Let's be practical. There's a young guy who lived with me who told me they were related, and told him about that. He said, first of all, take that kid away from the jungle. He sent me $500 to give the kid. But I didn't get, he sent the money, but I didn't get it. But I told him, even though I was able to be in Lusaka, I was sick. He sent me $1,000 through Senyumva Apollinaire. The neighbor had just gotten to know who was his acquaintance. I was not able to go get that money. I was not familiar with the city. I didn't speak the language. I was not comfortable with the papers I was using, because I was using Congolese papers, different Congolese papers, depending on my movements. I was using many aliases to evade being arrested, to avoid being arrested. So I remained in touch with Paul Rusesabagina as we were planning our operations, because we were now, the game was on, and he told me, I told him that we still need the means, and he sent me more money via a certain, please step closer to the microphone. He sent me more money through a certain Umngari person called Umngari Meg, and that was $870, and another sum $850, two different installments. And then later on he sent me another sum, 400 euros, and that was because we had a plan to, if I go back just a little bit, you know, as we kept talking, other people came into the conversations, including Colonel Niturende Tarsis, was a colleague of mine, but who had deserted the FDLR, and I entered into contact with him, informed him about my conversation with Paul RUSESABAGINA. And even when we were in the jungle in 2006, I had put him in touch with RUSESABAGINA. So they had spoken. So one could ask, why did Kanonyi Turende is mentioned here? And he's connected to Victoire Ngabire's case. Well, when I was speaking with him back then, I didn't know he was in touch with Ngabire. I don't know what he was thinking, but he was playing different cards. He didn't know what was going to work out. So he was trying different things. And that's why, as I spoke with him, because I was convinced that he was going to be useful, he could be, it was necessary to talk him. So he had left the FDLR, and I informed RUSESABAGINA, and I told him we're in touch, and that Kanonyi Turende wants to go to Burundi to meet General Adolphe, Chief of Intelligence in Burundi, that he has promised to help him in some ways, including militarily. I shared the information with Paul RUSESABAGINA, who told me that I need to join that Turende so I can be part of those discussions, and if it were to be good, and then I would report back to him, because Kanonyi Turende used to be a member of FDD, was a colleague of General, that Burundian general. So we decided to go to Burundi, the two of us. I left Lusaka, went to Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Kanonyi Turende left the northern Kivu. He went to Nairobi, and we linked up in Dar es Salaam. And once in Dar es Salaam, Kanonyi Turende had Congolese papers, travel papers, but mine were expired. So it was we had to avoid detection at the borders. I told him that we need money, because we need enough means, because we're not sure we'll be okay where we're going. So Paul RUSESABAGINA sent us $2,000 through Minani, who was in Belgium. And Kanonyi Turende cashed the money because he had valid papers. When we got the money, and there was also another $1,000 he sent Minani, that RUSESABAGINA sent to Minani. So I immediately left for Kigoma town, because I had to get new papers at the Congolese embassy, because I was considered a Congolese citizen. So I had to go to our embassy. I applied for a laissez-passer, and I called Kanonyi Turende. I informed him that I got the papers. He left Dar es Salaam and found me in Kigoma. Then we proceeded to Bujumbura, Burundi. Once we arrived in Bujumbura, each one of us went to their own hotel, and then we started contacting our people in the town. We met General Adolphe, told him about our mission, that we need their assistance. We wanted him to help us get military equipment, to help us with intelligence, because we badly needed it, and that we needed his assistance, their assistance, to travel to reach Rwanda, for Burundi to be our base as we attack Rwanda. So he didn't say much about that. He said, I will need to consult with my colleagues, but your plan is a good one. So please keep it up. We'll keep in touch. He said, we will find a way. We told Paul Rusesabagina that our plan was we were making progress, and that we had hope. And we told him that each one of us was going to go back where we came from, with Kanonye Turende going back in the field in the Congolese jungle, and I was going to go back to Lusaka, Zambia, and we would continue with recruiting from within the FDLR and elsewhere, wherever we could find men who would fight us, who would help us in the fight. We still had a communication problem, which was recurrent. You know, you're in the jungle. So we told Paul Rusesabagina we needed to buy satellite phones to solve that issue. Then he sent me, I had told him that I needed 2 satellite phones and one costs $1,000. So he gave me $1,870. 970 and 900. So it was in 2 installments. He sent me the money in Bujumbura through Western Union Bank. And I withdrew the money. I cashed the money with the plan to try and buy those satellite phones and go back to the field, but that did not happen that way, because when I left the bank, we were arrested. The Burundi security elements arrested us, both Kanonye Turende and myself, and the money and the documents. They took everything, and we were sent to prison. And they decided to transfer us to Rwanda via Akanyaru border post. That's how my story with Rusesabagina stopped. That's what I wanted to share as testimony. That's my experience, and I served time, 3.5 years in prison, and I've served my sentence and went back to normal life. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. There are a few questions from the bench, and then maybe others will also have questions of mainly of clarification. Now, when you were working with Paul Rusesabagina, apart from the satellite phones that you plan to buy, was there anything else that you did with him, recruitment-wise, weapon acquisition-wise? Thank you, Mr. President. When we began the context and the activities, we began with the recruitment. That is the only activity that I was involved in. We were really preparing. We were making contacts, exploring possibilities. We hadn't really advanced further than that. Thank you. During that period, the project that you had launched, in total, how much money did RUSESABAGINA send you in connection with that project? Well, the total, I haven't made it, but I can detail the amounts. But I haven't done the total. First, what he sent for my treatment, well, I don't include it, but I can cite the amount, because of course that also has its significance. So $1,000 for treatment, $175 of dollars, 400 euros. Then 3,000 from when I was in Dar es Salaam, or rather that came from Dar es Salaam. Then 1,780,000 when I was in Bujumbura. At any rate, that's the amount that got to me. Thank you. So the money was usually sent through Minani. Is that so? No, there were other people. Mngari was one, Apollinaire. But of course, most of the money, the largest amount was through Minani, and or using his name. But how did you know it was RUSESABAGINA who sent those amounts? No, he will call me. He will call me and say, go and find somebody through Mngari, for example. The details, the bank details or Western Union details, they were given through to me, and then he would say, go with the details and go to so and so. So it was clear that RUSESABAGINA had done the sending. Thank you. Now, at the beginning of your testimony, you said that you used to talk to RUSESABAGINA, and he would inform you of his plans, and you will also inform him of yours. Now, can you give us in details how you came to the conclusion that your plans and his plans could work together? Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Your Honorable Court, Honorable Judges, the reason why I concluded that our projects could match is as follows. What I was doing in FDLR is clear. I was planning with others to attack Rwanda. Now, there were politicians, including RUSESABAGINA, and all of them could follow what was going on. It was in the media. We were all saying that the country had to, changes had to happen in the country. And changes could come through politics, political means, then, campaigning, and then election, and so on. But when I talked to him, he said, well, all ways are possible. Whichever would work, he was ready to support whichever path would work. And he said that if we could find people who could work with his party, that also would be fine with him. And that, as I explained earlier, he said, well, if it's just the political side, that will be good. We have to recruit more people, but it doesn't work. Then we use force or military force. Thank you. Thank you. Now, if I heard properly, you said that at the time that we were discussing how to work together, you said, before you moved to an area where you had no connection. But at the earlier time, you said there were conflicts. There were conflicts at the time. Where what we talked about is this. He said there had been contacts. He just said we have had contacts. And I thought it was a kind of coalition. In fact, there was a thinking that it would be better for the armed groups, or rather for the political groups, to join together and form a coalition. But they couldn't get on properly because their plans were not matching properly. Actually, I have no details on that. All I know is that the political wings or the political parties wanted to work with FDLR. I didn't work out, but I don't have the details. Thank you. Now, the money, to come back to the money, did you use up all that money with your expenses, in your expenses? Or just your, because you said that you wanted expenses. You were working with him, but you hadn't come to an agreement, a formal agreement. Well, when I say frais de fonctionnement or expenses, it means many things. For example, you have contacts, communication, or people have to survive on the field, in the bush, and all these expenses for the groups. I was in charge of that. I was the one in charge of the group, the armed group, so I had to help them. I sent money to Canon Turende, 350 to go to Nairobi, where he needed to go. So it's sort of general expenses. Thank you. Now, you mentioned a number of people, Project Narumba, Polineri, Senjumba, Minani, and all these people. What was the role of each of these people in relation to your work with RUSESABAGINA? Malumba, that is 2006. He's the one who gave me RUSESABAGINA's number. I was not involved in anything else, really. I mean, so far as I'm concerned, he just gave me the address. Senjuva, same thing. Senjuva was just my neighbor, and he would help as a neighbor. And RUSESABAGINA had lived with him in Lusaka, and I was also in the neighborhood, so we got to know him. I don't think he was involved in anything else other than a channel for that money. Actually, the one who was involved very deeply was Minani, who was in Belgium. Then Paul RUSESABAGINA, we used to talk together, the three of us. Of course, at that time it was just secret. We kept it between our three. So I think this is the one that I can say that was involved in the confidential aspect of our work. Yes, but he used to transfer money. He was a conduit for money. Did you talk about anything else with Minani? Yes, I met him once, the first time. Then he came back to Lusaka to see me on those issues. He wanted us to discuss all those matters face to face. So he was involved. He was informed. These $500 that he said somebody gave you $500. Well, the $500 came at the time that I spoke to RUSESABAGINA at first. the first time. I used to live with a young fellow called Mundere. And RUSESABAGINA said he was, the young person was his relative. And then when I went to Lusaka and I raised the issue again, I said, oh, you know, there is this young man. He said he's your cousin. Is that so? And he said, yes, I know him. Oh, I know him. And he said, how can I get in touch with that young man? I said, no, give me the money and I will send it to him, because he was in the Rusizi Valley. We lived together. And he said, please get him out of the bush. Thank you. So you got him out of the bush, the 500 money, he took it and went away. Well, I didn't follow, but he wasn't where I was, and he never contacted me, and I think he just went to Bujumbura. So I don't know. Now there is something else that wasn't clear. Your trip with Nditurende and RUSESABAGINA, where we were supposed to meet in Bujumbura, and then you were arrested. There is something I didn't get. Your second trip, when you were arrested, how did you meet with Nditurende? I didn't quite catch how you got to meet together again. Well, you know, I traveled with Nditurende only once. I left him in Dar es Salaam. I went to Kigoma for the papers that I spoke about. When I got them, I contacted him and he joined me in Kigoma. From Kigoma, we came to the border with Burundi. In Makamba, the Makamba border point, we got a transport vehicle, and then we went to Bujumbura. So that was the only trip that I had with him. Yes, he's the president. So now, with the RUSESABAGINA, he contacted you. We got in touch with him in Congo, the first contact. Then you went to Lusaka, and that was in 2007. At the end of 2007, yes, that's when I started working with him. Now, can you explain clearly so that we have a clear idea? How many times did you speak? For how long did you write to each other? For how many months? Or years? So was it from your arrival in Lusaka until you were arrested, or what? Well, I arrived in November 2007, but I began to speak with him at the beginning of 2008. At the end of 2008? Yes. At the end of 2008. So that's when I began speaking to him up to 2009 in Burundi. When we were arrested, I was in contact with him all the time. Now, another question. With this money issue, you got the money, but did you recruit? Did you buy military equipment or weapons, or were you just in the initial stages of the work? Well, from the time that I was arrested, from the time I got there and then up to the time I was arrested, we did recruitment. We had many contacts with different people. Usually it was in contact with people who have armed units. I would contact heads of arms units. We hadn't bought the weapons yet. We were about to buy communication equipment. So how many heads of units, and in total how many elements were concerned with your contacts? Well, I had two commanders that I had already spoken to, including Colonel Nditurende. Then there were other medium range officers, but who also had units that they led, or lower rank, lower than colonel. Well, so now, says the president, the people you were working with, who were they exactly? Were they FDLR? No, I didn't get the question, says the witness. The president repeats. You say that Nditurende had problems with the leadership of FDLR. Is that so? Yes. I think he had rebelled and he wanted to start his own plans. All right, says the president. Now, the people you were talking to, were they the break-off branch of FDLR or other groups? Yes, Mr. President, as I was saying, there were two groups. There was Nditurende who had broken off and had started a bush, unit on his own. Then there were other units that existed, and we were in touch with them, but secretly, so that it's not known. Another question: the trip that you made to Burundi, were you sent by RUSESABAGINA? Yes, it was his. We were on his mission. Colonel Nditurende, he had a mission, his own mission, because he had broken off with the main group. He wanted to meet General Adolf on his own to strengthen his new position as a break-off group. But when I talked to him and I spoke about him to RUSESABAGINA authorized us to use that money, and he even told us where to go to Burundi, where to go through. So Nditurende, he was on whose mission? No, he was not on RUSESABAGINA's mission originally. Nditurende is in the Ingabire Victoire dossier. How did he, come to the RUSESABAGINA dossier? Well, he went to Burundi working with Victoire Ingabire. They were working together, but I didn't know at the time. I learned about it later. So he was on the side of Victoire Ingabire, and but he also RUSESABAGINA, because he said, well, if whichever works out better, I will join that side. That was his position, because there were two sides. That, in fact, that's how the two sides met, although you could think that they had no relation. Fine. Now, another question. You said they had two satellite phones. Did you buy them, or did you? No, I was going to buy them. I got the money from the bank and from Western Union, and I was going to buy them, but I was arrested at the time. Thank you, said the president. Now, among the accused here, were any of them with you in all these activities in FDLR and so on? FDLR or RUSESABAGINA's affair? Well, except if you give me permission to look, because I don't know who is here. It's not easy to see the faces, says the president. Just standing there, I don't know, because some of them you may not know them. Yeah, I think the names, yes, maybe, but there is one. I think there is one that I've just recognized, but the others you just give one example is enough. I see Colonel Mark. This one, the second on the second chair, the second row of chairs.
Thank
you. That is enough. If you know one is enough. Yes, I know Mark. Yes. Did you work with him, says the president? You with him and Rusesabagina? That is the thing, the question. No, not at the time of Rusesabagina. Thank you. I think there are other questions that want to be raised. If you want to ask a question, please stand and come forward. Use a microphone and then ask your question. Please respect the distance. Respect the distance, please. Don't stand close together. Yeah, just stand apart, and then you can use the microphone in turns. All right, so first question, state your question please so that the witness can answer. Thank you very much. My name is Mukashema Marie-Louise. I represent those who are suing for compensation. Now, the witness has given us his background. He told us that he's a professional soldier. And when he started, Your Honor, he started his testimony, he explained that he spoke to Rusesabagina, and yes, I'm sorry, can you go to the point, please, madam? Yes, thank you, Your Honor. He said that they had planned a number of strategies, including the use of force for political ends. My question is, this military intervention, how was it going to work out exactly? Thank you. Yes, thank you, Your Honor. The question is, in fact, I think what she wants to know, the lawyer wants to know, is how this military activity was going to be carried out. Well, you know, I went to Burundi to find a path for our army. Yeah, well, you can just ask. You can ask, but you don't. Whether she knows the military tactics or not, that is not the point. Just be straight, please. Thank you, Your Honor. Well, the strategy. Well, I think I've lost the question. Yes, can you reformulate the question? Thank you, Your Honor. My question was that they had two strategies, political and military. The military solution, what was it going to, how was it going to work out? It's for us who are ignorant of military issues. Can he explain where they were going to use force? Where? Against whom? Thank you. I understand, yes. Well, military force is a force about weapons. You know, we're going to use weapons. You know, we're going to military attacks with firearms. We would attack Rwanda through a path that had been prepared, where we were going to succeed without difficulty, succeed to get into Rwanda, on Rwanda territory. Thank you. Thank you. My name is Metradis. I have a question. Mr. Noel Habiyaremye, as a military expert, as you said you are, the strategy that you just alluded to, is it related to the actual attack that took place in 2018 in Nyamata, Nyungwe, was it part of that strategy? Yes, look at me, don't face the bench. Thank you. You wanted to invade Rwanda to put pressure on the government. So, come to the point, says the president. Now, can you explain, please? Nyungwe and Nyabimata attack, were they part and parcel of your strategy? This is how you had planned. Yes, all right. I think he got the point. Thank you, Mr. President. I arrived in Rwanda in 2009. I was judged, imprisoned, and then liberated. I have no information on that, no specific information on what happened to Nyabimata. I don't know how it was planned. My strategy did not include Nyabimata sort of attack, no. My plans were different, and Nyabimata was not my plan. Thank you. Any other question? Any other lawyers? No? Thank you. There is the lawyer, you have the floor, and then I think there is one of the detainees who want to speak. Thank you. Thank you. My name is Mugabo Sharif Yusuf. I'm the lawyer for Quito and Andre. Mr. President, yesterday we followed the introduction of the context witness. Now, today, on behalf of the people I represent, I think in 1994, as we heard through witnesses, we know that the FDLR recruited the local inhabitants, and that even children were recruited into the armed groups. Today, the witness was asked about recruitment and also funding for the activities. Now, the witness says that he was in charge of groups on the ground. Can he answer this question with your permission, Mr. President? He explained about the telephone and contacts. He said he left the country in 1994 as a refugee. And then he said the telephone was used in 2006. And he said that there was no network where he was, and he had to go to another special place to get a network, telephone network or connection. Now, it seems, according to what he's saying, that he was a senior leader in these armed groups. As a senior leader, therefore, Mr. President, where there is no network, he was in a place where there was network, but at the same time he was recruiting the people, the local people. How did he get to recruit or to carry out his recruitment activities? Well, what is your question, sir? Says the President. Oh, thank you, sir. My question is, what resources or means or systems was he using for recruitment? Because according to his testimony, it seems that the senior leaders in his groups had communication problems, had no network, no connections. So how did you maintain your recruitees, for example, if you had no communication system? Yes, no, we understand the question. The question is you want to know how people were recruited, and once you recruited them, how did you contact them, or how did you make sure they remain in where you have recruited them for? Thank you, Mr. President. I think the question is where you have no network, how do you recruit? Well, I said that I was in charge with the key people, the senior people, because I was a senior officer and I only contacted senior officers or senior leaders, let's say. And that's what I did. You know, I would target influential, important people. So that is one thing. Second, the zone that FCLR covered, some of it was connected. It's not all the area that had no connection or no network. That's the second point. Third, I was not in charge of recruiting the people, the local people, the farmers and so on. That was another stage. My stage where I was responsible for is to recruit soldiers, experienced soldiers. Then about communication, of course, when there was, for example, if the officer that I spoke to had gone to fight maybe or some activity that took him off network, he would have to come back to a place where he would get a connection. That's what we did, and this is why it was inconvenient, and this is why I was looking for satellite phones to facilitate communications. Thank you. Thank you, says the President. Any other questions? Yes. Please come forward.
My name is Mark Nizeyman. Thank you, Your Honor. I have a question about the history. Did he misspeak or not? He said when we left the western part of the country, and when we joined the Alir II to fight in the Congo, but we were spoiled. We were the special forces. He said Alir I and Alir II that they joined and formed the FDLR. I know that both in 2000 and, well, let him clarify the first question. Thank you, Your Honor. Alir I and, well, Special Forces and Alir, what have you, I'm not going to spend too much time on it. It's irrelevant to my testimony here. It has nothing to do with RUSESABAGINA and me in our collaboration. So don't waste your time on 2005. It's irrelevant to this case. Well, did you know whether you came here to talk about RUSESABAGINA? Well, you look at me when you speak. We're not, there's no debate here. He answered the question. He's the witness. So we respect his answers. Ask another question if you have one. I have no question, no other question. Go ahead, attorney. Thank you, Your Honor. Honorable judges. I want to ask one question for more clarification. Can the court ask the witness? He said when they were on a mission to Burundi, they were sent by Paul RUSESABAGINA. They were supposed to meet General Adolphe. He said the general did not give a clear answer on, about how he would provide them with assistance, with equipment, and all assistance that they needed. He did not give them a clear answer. So please ask the witness if after that meeting if the general ever came back to them again with an answer. Thank you. Go ahead, the witness. Thank you, Your Honor. I've explained that already. The last time we met the general, we were arrested right after that and we were sent to Rwanda. So after our first contact, there was no other contact because we were in prison already here in Rwanda. Thank you. I see more people who want to ask a question. Let's hear from that gentleman.
Murakoze nyakubahwa Perezida.
Thank you, Your Honor. What's your name, please? My name's Byukusenge Jean-Claude. Would you please ask the witness? He once said that he solely spoke with Minani. He did not communicate with low-ranking soldiers. He was an officer, a senior officer. So what were the consequences if other people spoke and they were found out? Would you like to answer the question? Thank you, Your Honor. I think it's difficult to answer that question. What kind of consequences is he talking about? What is the military consequences? What is that? Like I've explained, that had to be top secret. If you were to speak with somebody and you're confused, Minani is not a soldier, he's a civilian living in Belgium. He's not a military guy. So what does Minani have to do with ordinary soldiers? That's confused. I can't answer that. Thank you. Attorney, do you have any question? No. I heard there was another attorney who wanted to ask a question. Please step forward. Thank you, Your Honor. This is Maître James. This witness knows a lot, obviously, which is relevant to this case. Your Honor, you said he should take a look and to see if he can recognize anybody. He only recognized one individual. Please ask him. Since he's a senior official and he was a commander, can he tell us the names that he remembers so we can understand a few things a little more clearly? Because he was a member of FDLR and Alir, and that's an organization with members. What's your question exactly? What names are you talking about? All members of FDLR? Or maybe those he knows, he remembers when he was a commander, because he had collaborators. He was a commander. Please rephrase your question. It's too general. Well, he was a member of Alir and FDLR. Now, among those present here, he doesn't know everybody here. I understand, Your Honor, but does he remember a few names? So we know some of them are present here, probably. Would the witness like to answer that? Your Honor, such questions really, what can I say? I know names, of course. Yes, you want to ask me about the names here in court, FDLR members? What kind of names is he talking about? The question has been too broad, Mr. Attorney. So what's your question? Please be clear. Please be specific, and that would be helpful on all sides, for all sides. If he doesn't remember any names, then I will leave it to that. At that, I wanted to know if he remembers any names of his those who collaborated with him. Thank you. Well, there's no other question apparently. Thank you very much. The court thanks you. Please take a seat. You will not leave before you sign a few documents. Thank you, Your Honor. Back to the prosecution. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Honorable judges, before we pick up from where we left off yesterday, as we were explaining the context when we requested the court to hear a few witnesses, please wait a little bit. We want to help the witness to have him sign off on a few documents, because we're not going to keep him until 3 p.m. or even later. So please, we'll take a few minutes to get the document ready. Please step forward and sign a few documents, and then you're free to leave.
Okay, twakomeza none.
Okay, let's resume. Let's proceed. Thank you, Your Honor. What we were saying is that when we were talking about context and we introduced context witnesses, we were establishing MRCD, FLN as being terrorist organizations. And when it came to the part where Paul RUSESABAGINA, with his political party PDR Humure, before they merged with the MRCD and other armed groups, he had started with his plan to conduct terrorist acts with creating his armed wing with his collaboration with FDLR. And it's at that point that we requested the court to hear a few witnesses. And before we continue with that part, as you can find in the indictment, we want the court to allow us to make a few observations about the witnesses that the court has already heard. This will not take long. We only want to show the court how their testimony is in line with what we were saying, with what we said yesterday. Your Honor, let's start with the first witness who was heard by the court yesterday, Dr. Michel Martin. We want to explain to the court that what the witness told the court is in line with what the prosecution had said when we told the court that since its inception, PDR Humure was led by Paul RUSESABAGINA and has always tried to collaborate with FDLR terrorist organization. And when it didn't work out, they tried to recruit from that terrorist organization to create another organization, armed wing, which is where the last witness comes in. Your Honor, I want to clarify one point. With yesterday's testimony, one name was recurrent, Ruingisa, Providence. The name was mentioned time and time again with the witness explaining that she came to meet Rusesabagina through Rubingisa because she had been working with Rubingisa. We want to explain where that person is connected and is relevant to this case. There were many communications and emails and other ways that mention Rubingisa. So we want to show the court how that individual is connected to this case and Rusesabagina specifically, so the court understands that connecting link, and that the prosecution had started explaining that context since yesterday. Rubingisa Providence is one of the individuals who started out with Rusesabagina Paul in Pederi Humure political party. If you read attachment 130 in the dossier, we have his statements that when he was interrogated by the Belgian police with the Inquiry Commission in the United States, on the fifth question, when they asked him, that's where you find what we've been talking about. When he the question was,
have you been a member, sympathizer, had a position of responsibility in associations? If so, which ones? If so, can you specify the business names of these associations with a link to Rwanda?
They asked him, since you came to the United States, were you ever a member, a sympathizer, an associate, or a leader in any organization? If so, which one? What associations had you been associated with? And can you also tell us the names of those organizations or associations related to Rwanda? His answer was,
I was a member of the PDR Party for Democracy in Rwanda from 2006 to 2010. I became a member of the RNC, Rwanda National Congress, from 2010 to the present. In fact, I was one of the founders of the PDR Party. The other founding members are RUSESABAGINA,
n'umugore w'ejo ariko usuye kuvuga baravuga Rubingisa. Rubingisa was mentioned by yesterday's witness. Rubingisa Providence ni umugabo, nubwo yitwa Providence menya aricyo cyane.
Of a non-profit association whose purpose was to monitor human rights in Rwanda.
He said, yes, I was a member of PDR Humure since 2006 to 2010. He said that he was a member of RNC since 2010 to up to the time when he was being interrogated. He said he was one of the founding members of the PDR party. He said other founding members included Paul Rusesabagina, Pio, Nataki, Clement, Naigiziki Jerome, who lives in Texas. Said all of those were members of the PEDER Executive Committee. I said that we were not elected, but everybody except me and Paul were members of a non-profit that was that said they were monitoring human rights in Rwanda.
Had been approached by the members of this association to create the PDR party. At the beginning of the PDR, I think Jerome was the party coordinator, and the party didn't have any official action. He only came to the meeting organized.
chosen to say more about Paul Rusesabagina, that because he had become famous because of Hotel Rwanda, the movie, that association had approached him, and that association that said they were monitoring human rights in Rwanda approached him because he was famous, and they asked him to join them in creating PDR Humure, but that Jerome was the party coordinator. Your Honor, we just read this because we want to explain to the court who that individual is and how he's connected and is relevant to this court, where one of the accused, Paul Rusesabagina, is one of the founding members of that PDR party. Second, as it was said yesterday in the testimony, there was an attempt from that political party through Rubingisa, one of the leaders, as it's been mentioned before. There was an attempt for them to cooperate with a terrorist organization called FDLR through another individual from FDLR called Fernando Ngamije. And with the many emails that he exchanged with Rubingisa, we saw the commitment, PDR's commitment to provide assistance to provide financial and logistical equipment to that organization called FDLR. Your Honor, when with that inquiry commission, when the Belgians interviewed Rubingisa on 27 March 2019, as we've seen in his statement, which is in the dossier, he answered the questions. We will come back to some of the answers. He was asked about PDR's role and Rusesabagina's role in what he was planning to do in collaboration with the FDLR through Fernando Ngamije. And he said that Rusesabagina, just like others in PDR Executive Committee, that they were aware about the plan because he used to exchange messages, transmit messages to him. But he said there was no instruction from PDR, and he said, I don't think those emails I sent had any follow-up at all at the party level. However, we want to clarify that based on yesterday's testimony, how these acts were, these operations were done, the attempts to cooperate with FDLR, it wasn't done by Rubingisa Providence as an individual. If you read that statement, when he was interviewed by the Belgian police, at one point he said that all that he did, whatever he communicated with Fernando Ngamije, was not intended to commit anything, any crime, that he was only conducting his own investigation, trying to know more about the Bugindi attacks that killed people, and that he wanted to know if those attacks were not staged by Rwanda. Your Honor, we want to clarify to the court this. Based on yesterday's testimony, the truth is clear based on the documents in the dossier. This initiative to attempt to collaborate with the FDLR until they agree on the amounts of money to pay, the types of weapons and the names to be purchased, to the extent where they agree on the attacks to stage on Gisenyi and Ruhengeri towns to show the world that there is no security in Rwanda. That was an idea, and it was a plan by Pedere Humure that was back then led by Rusesabagina. Many of those emails, the emails between Rubingisa and Fernando Ngamije, mention Rusesabagina personally, what he had promised to do, what he had committed himself to do, what they asked him personally to do, not through the party. So it's very important to understand the relevance of yesterday's testimony to this case and to our case as the prosecution. You've heard the genesis of MFCD-FLN even before PEDER joined those other political parties, but they emerged as the continuity of a plan that existed from long ago. Your Honor, we're going to go back to a few emails that were mentioned yesterday to show the court what we're saying. Among those emails exchanged, there are many, like the witness said. We will not comment on every one of them, but we will mention a few of those to show the court that those emails are not about Rubingisa and Fernando only. It was about contacts between PEDER as a political party and FDLR as a terrorist organization. Your Honor, some of the emails the witness mentioned yesterday, she mentioned one from 13th April 2007, where Providence Rubingisa wrote to Paul Rusesabagina. He forwarded to him another email that he had been sent by Fernando. So let's start with Fernando's email that was forwarded to Rusesabagina. Fernando wrote to Rubingisa, said this: "Hello, I get all your messages. I know that the one you used to call to ask me about has spoken with Malumba and shared some information with him, and he has mentioned those to me. Because those who are discouraging Paul are because of the ideology, we cannot waste time on it. But we need to be courageous. We need more money at the beginning because we have to do the job, and it's not a game. When you need to have $500,000 for the first 5 months, and Paul Rusesabagina needs to know that everyone who will make sure that many people come show up, because his propaganda capacity is very influential, especially with the youth. We can't stay in the jungle forever with no results. Stay strong. Thank you." That Providence forwarded that email to Rusesabagina saying, "Paul, Fernando is serious. I think we need to speak with him more seriously, very seriously. I will call you to talk more about GFR because they said you need to give up that grant and allow them to use it in another country." I believe it's not a bad thing, because this time around they need to put this on the internet, because GFR will be moving to Uganda. Stay strong. Now read that message from Fernando. Your Honor, we've said this before, that some of those emails mention PEDER as a party. We'll show that, where Rubingisa refers to their party. In other passages you see names from of those in the committee, but in other cases you find Rusesabagina personally. We will explain the reason for that, because as it's been said in those emails, Rwingisa was telling Fernando that one of the very important people they have who is very influential is Rusesabagina, because he has access everywhere. That's why in some emails he's being the one they're talking to individually without going through the committee. Was saying this because if you look at that Fernando message, he mentioned Rusesabagina personally, telling him to plan on getting as many people as possible to show up, because he has that capacity because of his propaganda and ideology. So this person cannot be considered as a person who has nothing to do with this dossier, because whatever he did with this correspondence with the FDLR through Gamije Fernando on behalf or on his political party's behalf, and they share the same agenda, and Rusesabagina played a key role, as we can see in these emails. And this corroborates what we had said earlier, that Pedere Humure, since its inception, its creation, because these emails are dated 2007, the PDR was maybe about 1 year old. It was created in 2006. But from its creation, they started out with this plan, this agenda to to commit terrorist acts through FDLR, which was already back then qualified as a terrorist organization. There's another email we want to comment on, which shows that this operation was the party's operation and Rusesabagina's operation as a leader. It's an email mentioned by the witness yesterday. An email written by Providence Rwingisa responding to Fernando's email. Let's start with Fernando's email on 15 May 2007. Your Honor, if you read these emails, you'll find that how they started out with the idea that PEDER would be providing financial support to the FDLR, and it evolved, and they agreed on the amount to be sent. They spoke about $500,000 over 5 months. They reached a point where they talked about the persons where the money would be transiting through. This email that I'm going to read, Fernando tells Rwingisa these words: "We found a priest who can help us. You can send the money through him, and then it would reach us in Goma." And then he wrote him in the same email saying, "Be strong. The priest has agreed. Please tell us how the money will get to Goma." Rwingisa said, "Fernando, I want you to create an association or an NGO, whatever you want to call it, how that you want to help people, then you should work with the priest. I'm planning a few things. We could be sending you containers of with some goods. You could sell it, and then you get money for your operations. The priest would take some percentage to help people, actual people. Stay strong." He wrote to him and said, "So what's going on? I heard that you think some bad things are happening, but remember there are many things underway. You need to know what's going on. I will tell you more. I want to talk with people in South Africa. I want to help you solve your small issues, small conflicts. So stay unified so we can do the same thing. There's no problem with the money. We're about to find out how to get the money. I got some contacts at high level today, and we're going to do it. It's a first. Politically, we're in good standing, but we need to follow militarily. I'm in charge of monitoring what you're doing, the problems you have, so we're going to solve it together. Stay strong, and my greetings to everyone. Say to them you're doing a good job, and now the real thing is beginning. Your Honor, here is what we want to show the court. Like we said, we want to understand that individual Rubingisa, the name that is recurring. We were saying this because after these emails he exchanged with Fernando, saying that they found a contact person through whom they would be sending the money. We want to reiterate this. He said, right from now on, I'm the one in charge of monitoring what you are doing, the problems you have, so we can seek solutions together. So you understand that it's not him as an individual. He's working on behalf of his political party as a committee member. He's in charge of monitoring FDLR to understand the small conflicts you have, so they can be solved solved within the party that is commissioning the whole operation. So this confirms what the prosecution had told the court, saying that since PEDER was created, if we're talking about the context and background of these terrorist organizations and the crimes they committed that are being tried here in this case, it's not from 2018, it's not from the inception of MRCD, it dates back from way before with PEDER when it was created and was led by Paul RUSESABAGINA, and they were trying to collaborate with FDLR.
And something else that comes up through these emails is that it's clear that although sometimes they try to hide things, like something that brings down the bars or the school kids, these are just some jargon, but it's not coded. It is plain language. When it's a matter of money, the money is mentioned and how it gets to Congo. It is plain language. The other emails that we looked at, and as the witness of yesterday said, we find that even the list of people who are receiving the money or who are supposed to either collect the money or receive it, the names are there. The names are clear. They are not hidden or coded names. Let me give you an example where Rubingisa said, look for more contacts. It's not good that we should have one contact, one courier, or one person to send the money through. And in another email, Fernando sent to Rubingisa on 17th November 2007, he said, hello, these are the names. These are those names that, the names that were mentioned as, so the names are there. Barakada Gije, Alain, who was in Goma, North Kivu, Mashamba, Kairara Mojil Maurice in Goma, Tumusifu Maumbe, Augustin in Goma, and others. The list is there. And then in their then Rubingisa said, well, from 5th December 2007, we will begin sending money, we'll send more money. And then he said, you know, that this man that Paul gave Jerome's contact to meet in Brussels, etc. Mr. President, what I'm trying to say here is that sometimes they use jargon, you know, school kids or birds falling from a tree and so on. Apart from these little details, the names of the people who are receiving the money, those who are sending the money, where, all this was very clearly said or set out very clearly, plain language. So as the witness yesterday said, the witness that we heard yesterday said, it is obvious and very clear that this terrorist activity came up very, very quickly after this armed group was created, and it went on in the same spirit. The witness explained yesterday how she got access to these emails, and it is very clear that the terrorism aspect was from the inception. Another point, when yesterday we explained these terrorist groups, how they are defined, how a terrorist group is defined in law, what are the signs that prove that it is a terrorist group. You remember, sir, that we cited an author who said that very frequently a NAM group will act as a terrorist at some stage, but will also act very legally, doing very legal things to hide or to cover the terrorist activity. And by this, we mean, for example, that when money was sent through persons, the part of that money was used for good causes, for example, or legal causes, for trade or for other activities. But at the same time, there is human trafficking that is used for that, that is done through that money, and other activities that are illegal. So this is what has been found also in this case, as the witness showed yesterday. Mr. President, before we continue along this line, let me interject this. There are activities that were undertaken that are legal and proper and above board, but they are there to hide darker activities. The UN also in December 2016 created a resolution regarding measures to eliminate international terrorism. I think that this was a key document where it was explained that terrorist groups can be funded by activities that are normally not illegal or not unlawful. So they say,
and counteract through appropriate domestic measures the financing of terrorist and terrorist organizations, whether such financing is direct or indirect, through organizations which also have or claim to have charitable, social or cultural goals, or which are also engaged in unlawful activities such as illicit arms trafficking, drug dealing, and racketing, including the exploitation of persons for purpose of funding terrorist activities, and particular to consider where appropriate, adopting regulatory measures to prevent and counteract movements of funds suspected to be intended for terrorist purposes without impeding in any way the freedom of legitimate capital movement, and to intensify the exchange of information concerning international movement of such funds. Monsieur le Président, twariho tuvuga ko.
So then, Your Honor, this is the point we wanted to make. A terrorist group, a terrorist organizations can find money or raise funds for activities that are legal and lawful as a cover for darker activities. And this UN text says it is clear that if the world want to move along the path of fighting terrorism, countries need to make efforts, in fact, to decide, firmly decide on fighting terrorism, either clearly or head-on, or use or investigate all these organizations, NGOs, charities, and even cultural activity groups. Look at these organizations and see whether there is nothing behind that funds, aids, or promotes terrorism. Your Honor, we mentioned this issue yesterday, and as I just said, we've been bringing this issue up very frequently, that terrorism can hide behind lawful activities. We had explained this in theory, as it were, but we had a practical case yesterday where the witness of yesterday was a volunteer in Hotel Rwanda RUSESABAGINA Foundation. She was a volunteered to do good, and then she discovered that through contacts with the contacts between Fernando and others, the money was raised, and it turned out that that money was in fact for terrorist activities. And as the email that we have just read said, Fernando, speaking to Rubingisa, saying that they found a priest in Goma who was ready to help them. We want to show to the court that these practices of creating NGOs, creating charities to help the needy, can hide terrorist activities, because these, the organizations are just a conduit for money to support terrorist activities. For example, as a witness said, there was an email of 2007 when this lady, or rather RUSESABAGINA, wrote to the priest, or to Rungisa, and said the priest had agreed to help. And then the issue was, how do we get the money to Goma? And then RUSESABAGINA said to Rubingisa, he said, well, why don't you go? I want you to go and create an NGO or an association, whatever you want to call it, an outfit to help people. You work with the priest to create these organizations that will support people, and then we can use it to raise money. Okay, the priest can take some money off to actually help the needy. Then, he ends the letter in the usual way, stay strong. So, Your Honor, this is the correspondence between Rubingisa and Fernando. We can see very clearly that what the scheme they were mounting was to help FDLR, using that priest in Goma who can be a channel for the money for his charitable work. You can create that charitable organization. It has got to look like a charitable organization. Then we'll raise money, channel it through that charity. You use the money for your activities, and then some will be left for the priest to actually do his charity and charitable work. So this is what we're saying, sir. We insisted on it yesterday. We have shown also that a UN General Assembly resolution also explained that fighting terrorism has got to include investigating charitable organizations or charities and NGOs and other associations that look like they're helping people, but in fact behind the scene there is terrorist activities, and the NGOs and other organizations are just a means of collecting money, fundraising of various sorts by organizations that look okay, that intend to help people, but in fact they're just a cover for raising funds for terrorist activities. So this is what we explained yesterday, and as I said, Your Honor, we had explained this as in theory, as a theoretical aspect. But now we have the practicals, as it were. You will see that when PDR wanted to find money for their terrorist activities, RUSESABAGINA advised them to create an association that a priest can head to help people, to actually do charity work. Your Honor, we gave another example, and several examples yesterday, and also in previous days, but we want to drive to the fact that charity can hide terror. Another example of 20th May 2007, Rubingisa wrote to Ngamije Fernando an email. He said, "Hi Fernando, that appointment that I told you about went very well. We met Pedros, and it went very well. We want to use a Truth and Reconciliation Commission to stifle him, to control him. And in fact, this is something that will work if you use this path of truth and reconciliation. And that little chap, Kariya Kagabo, that little chap, I'm sure we'll do him in Gisenyi, maybe Ruhengeri. If you can have some fracas of some sort, then we'll use that to resolve the issue. Now, is there anything you can do but in town? Some activity that you can set up, but it has to be in town. Komera, be well. So, Your Honor, Mr. President, this is another example of ways to recruit and collect funds for terrorists, but they hide behind associations and organizations that seem charities. Here, Rubingisa is telling Fernando that what they want to do, well, they said, we want this man can be, we want to do him in using truth and reconciliation. So what we found was that they want to create an organization for truth and reconciliation. That's how it looked like. It will look like. But in the email between Fernando and Rwingisa, there is nothing at all that will show the court that they want reconciliation, truth, peacemaking. There is nothing at all like that. But all these other Europeans and other Western people who support them financially will get the message easier if we say it's for truth and reconciliation. And then we can use this to do that little chapping, as they call it. Right. Now, Truth and Reconciliation Commission in one paragraph. And then second paragraph he said, well, let something blow up. Organize for something to blow up Uturika in the towns, because those who support this man keep saying that the country is in peace, there is no problem. We have to find a way of showing that there is no peace. So some burst, some explosion. So this is then, Your Honor, how they used to work. They used to go through associations, through organizations, Truth and Reconciliation Commission-like structures or setups. But in fact, all through, it was terrorism that was the objective. We have shown it many times. We have actually demonstrated it through these documents and witnesses that terrorism was everywhere and every time the aim. The NGOs where Rwingisa and Fernando used to discuss were also shown clearly by the witness of yesterday, shown clearly that Hotel Rwanda RUSESABAGINA Foundation, as somebody who had volunteered to work there, this witness has demonstrated that at some stage she got suspicious. And she found that what was being done had nothing to do with what was in the statutes and constitution and mission statement of that organization, but in fact they had what they were doing was terrorism, nothing at all to do with the mission statement. This is another example that we wanted to point out and stress on three aspects that we want to bring up. One is that the witness won't go into testimony at any length, but we want to say that she gave the testimony. Then RUSESABAGINA's book itself, An Ordinary Man is called. That book itself, which is his biography, is also shows those signs on in the page 143. He mentioned the foundation, Hotel RUSESABAGINA Foundation, and he said this foundation is a good topic, because the author himself, in fact, describes his objectives, or the objectives of the foundation. And the author himself describes how this was an organization for orphans, to help orphans, destitute children, and such.
A hero, the way that I was when the movie was released in Europe and America. I was invited to the White House to meet President Bush, George W. Bush, who told me he saw the movie twice. I started giving lectures about the current state of affairs in Africa today and the importance of I started giving lectures about the current state of affairs in Africa today and the importance of truth and reconciliation in the aftermath of genocide. With the help of some friends, I started the Hotel Rwanda RUSESABAGINA Foundation to provide education and health care to the thousands of orphans and homeless children who live in Rwanda today. Akomeza asobanura ariko tugira ngo
he goes on, to explain the issue, but I think the court gets the point that RUSESABAGINA himself wrote about his foundation was aimed at to support education and health for the thousands of orphans and destitutes and orphans, destitute children and homeless people. The foundation then, Your Honor, which was founded for that objective, you will assume that that's what they did. But as a witness said yesterday, the foundation was also misused in that way, as we have just described to the court. Was misused again. Fernando and Rubingisa had already discussed the issue of creating fine or charities that look fine, but to exploit for other causes. As Hotel Rwanda RUSESABAGINA Foundation performed, according to the witness that we had yesterday, it actually did the same, I think. And as the witness said, and as the prosecution had also explained yesterday, there is a letter that we had already shown the court. Your Honor, it's already on the files, and we in fact referred to it in our in previous sessions. RUSESABAGINA wrote to the late Pierre Nkurunziza, former President of Burundi, in 2017. In this letter, the letter, first of all, it has a heading, Hotel Rwanda RUSESABAGINA Foundation. So that is the official letterhead of the foundation. We want to read this letter where it explains that there are many charities that are being supported, but in fact they are actual charities, but behind them there is something else. Your Excellency, President Nkurunziza, President of Burundi, the subject request for an audience meeting. I am writing to you, Mr. President, on behalf of RUSESABAGINA Foundation, which I am the president and the founder. My name is Paul RUSESABAGINA, and during the 2000, and then he signs as RUSESABAGINA, president and founder of the foundation. RUSESABAGINA Foundation. But it is clear that the message in this letter has nothing at all to do with the mission statement of the foundation, and as he explained it himself in his biography. It is clear, therefore, that the author or the testimony of yesterday showed us that that volunteer had finally discovered that the mission statement has nothing to do with what was being done in the foundation. And this is why we think, therefore, sir, that these activities, including this foundation and others, are used as cover for fundraising for terrorist activities, and therefore this accords very well with what the prosecution said yesterday, and the two examples that we insisted on, as shown through the Rubingisa Fernando email exchanges, where they said very clearly that they will create charities to use as channel for fundraising. Mr. President, Your Honor, in my conclusion, therefore, as we said yesterday to the court, these emails between Rubingisa Providence were the subject of an inquiry in Europe and also in connection with America. One email that was questioned or interrogated on shows very clearly that what he wrote had nothing to do with charity. In fact, he never denied being the author. But he said, for example, he said that the Bwindi episode he was not involved in it. Or he said other things as well, but whatever he said when he was questioned by the Belgian police in 2019, he never denied these emails. In fact, what he says in the emails accord with what the witness said. And as in the pre-trial, as was said in pre-trial, there was a dossier that was sent in Belgium, 2002 and at other dates, where these emails were also included in the file, and he was questioned again on these emails. We want to show, therefore, sir, that the witness has not denied being the author of these letters. In fact, in other
he says this. The question was
telephone, email, or any other means with one or more persons who may be related to an armed group active on the African continent during the period under review. 09.
They asked him, have you ever been in contact via telephone or email or through other means with one or many people connected to an armed group operating on the African continent in the period mentioned before September 2009? And if so, tell us the context in which it happened and the people who played a role in it. And he answered like this.
I was in contact with a member of the FDRR via about 10 emails and a few phone calls. I can't remember the name of that person. That was in 2007, 2008. I had contact with this FDRR person through my brother, Project Rutikanga, who lives in Brussels. My brother, who knew him, recalled that the FDRR member was the soldier who had come into my father's bar to look for a grenade that had not exploded in 1992 or 1993. I think the person, his first name was Noel. Recently, he was rewarded
and other stuff. But what we want to say here is that his long answer explained how he came to say that he was investigating the Bugindi killings in the national park. We want to say that when he was interviewed, whether he was in touch with somebody from armed groups on the African continent, he spontaneously said that he had been in touch with an FDRR element, and he explained how he came to meet that person through his brother, Project Rutikanga, who lived in Brussels. And this proves that what the witness said about the emails and how we've explained, this proves the plan to stage terrorist acts within the FDLR That was the subject of those, the purpose of those emails and correspondence, because Rubingisa has admitted himself. And on the 21st question, they asked him if that email address used in those communications was his. He accepted. He said it's his actual address.
Your email address is used in 2005 until 2009. My email address was prubingisa@yahoo.com. It is the one I used to communicate with Noel.
Your Honor, this email address is the one he was using between 2005 and 2009, which is the actual email used and that the witness was referencing in her testimony yesterday. The 22nd question, he was asked if he spoke with Ngamije Fernando, and he said yes. From question 23, it was about the email exchange. He accepted and he explained, but he did not deny they were his. On the 31st question,
just
31st question,
of the email marked C67 in Nyarwanda. The persons mentioned appear to be the future beneficiaries of Western Union transfers. What are your comments? The email C67 is the last one exchanged. Noel asked me for money, insisted that I send money via WU Western Union to the people mentioned. I've stopped contact with him.
Up until that email, they're asking, in that email, they show him a printout of that email. C67 was in Kinyarwanda. They said we see names who obviously were the ones who were going to be your couriers and receive Western Union wire transfers. So what is your comment? He says that email C67 is the last we exchanged. And he asked me for money. And he kept insisting that I sent him money through Western Union and for those people to cash the money. And then that's when I stopped contact with him. We're reading this. It's a few questions among the many he was asked in that statement during the interview with Belgian investigators. But the court will find that he was questioned on each and every one of those emails, and all the answers he gave and the questions he tried to evade, specifically about his attempts to help terrorist acts, they are in line with what the witness told the court yesterday. And all that comes back to what the prosecution showed the court about this context and the genesis of the MRCD-FLN terrorist organization. We've shown the court that RUSESABAGINA and that party, his party, PDR, had the idea to create an armed group affiliated with his political party for many years. Just like the last witness has said, since the years of 2006, that the plan was underway. He tried to collaborate with FDLR in general. If you look at the correspondence between Rubingisa and Fernando, and to the point where they tried to recruit from within the FDLR. If you look at those emails, which we didn't read entirely, comprehensively, but you see that Rubingisa told Fernando that Paul has an idea that you change your name or create two organizations just politically, but your group will be the same but politically split in two because it's strategic. We find that that idea continued, was implemented. So what the witness just said corroborates what yesterday's witness said. They explain how Rusesabagina and his political party kept attempting, made everything possible to create an armed group to stage terrorist acts, to commit terrorist acts. Your Honor, we find that all these emails, these reports, these statements, they're in the dossier in the system. We cannot read them all, but we want to show the court that yesterday's testimony confirms what the prosecution had said earlier yesterday, about the background. Those different attempts to collaborate with FDLR, and if it failed, they tried to recruit from within FDLR to form an armed group affiliated with PEDER, and that came to be a reality when PEDER merged with other political parties, as we will explain later on today. But it's an idea that originates dates back years back, as we've shown the court. And we will also show the court that MRCD-FLN is a terrorist organization, not only because of the acts it committed in Rwanda in 2018, but because of the plan they had from Pedere Humure's inception that came to be one of the parties within MRCD-FLN. Your Honor, we'd like to make observations about the second witness, and my colleague will continue. Before your colleague carries on, here's the question we want to ask about that letter Rusesabagina wrote to the former Burundian president on 9 May 2017, right? Now, we do not understand the connection with terrorism. Please elaborate. You were trying to say that there are people who hide behind the humanitarian aspect of their organizations, but they commit terrorist acts. What's that later has to do? Just like the book, Rusesabagina's book. What do those two have to do with the case, with terrorism in the case? Thank you, Your Honor. The question about the letter and the book, we've used those two Please proceed. We've used those two, showing the court that what we were saying yesterday, when we were defining terrorist organizations, the legal definitions, and scholars' work about that, we explained to the court that apart from what qualifies those organizations as terrorists, that they need to be a structured organization with a clear intent. It was clear that even when those acts are not committed, but the mere existence of that terrorist organization founded with an intent to commit terrorist acts, it qualifies that as a terrorist organization. We want to show the court that that's what the law says. The scholars spoke about the acts by such an organization. They speak about terrorist acts with bombs, grenades, explosives. The scholars also show that such organizations vary. They can diversify their operations. A scholar said sometimes they use attacks on ordinary citizens. Other times they conduct other activities, attack infrastructure, government installations. And that's when the element of such organizations who sometimes hide behind legal operations, legal activities. And that becomes something they hide behind, the official stamp they show. And this is used in the operations to finance and fund terrorist activities. Your Honor, we showed the court that within that correspondence between Rubingisa and Fernando, one was on the FDLR side, the other one on PDR side. They had the idea to start an NGO through which they would be channeling the funds destined to FDLR. When Rubingisa told Ngamije, you need to find somebody who could help you so that you can you can get the money. Fernando said, we found a priest in Goma who accepted to help us. After which he gave him the idea. He said, you go ahead and create an NGO, whatever you call it, but it needs to be seen as a humanitarian organization. Then we will be channeling the money through it so you can conduct your operations. The priest will only take a small percentage. Up until then, we were showing the court what we were talking about yesterday in an abstract manner. We were talking about theories with scholars, but we have a concrete case here. People were talking about starting an NGO, a humanitarian NGO, but with the main purpose of having a channel through which that terrorist funds could go through. After those two examples, with what Fernando was, with Rubengisa telling Fernando to create an NGO, there's another element we show the court with Rubengisa's email telling Fernando that things look good. They got high-level contacts who want to help them. But he said, we want to go through Truth and Reconciliation Commission because that's what Westerners understand. But as we've explained, it was not about truth and reconciliation. It has nothing to do with it. Because in the next paragraph, he says, on your side, please do something. Explode something in those cities, Gisenyi or Ruhengeri, because those who support that man, I think that was the language, they say that things are working in Rwanda. Please do something as soon as you can so we can have an entry point. Your Honor, up until then, we're showing the court that aspect of terrorist organizations that get support, that get funds because they pretend to be all about humanitarian activities, which are legal. If somebody wants to start a Truth and Reconciliation Commission, well, there's nothing wrong with it. But that was not their true goal. Truth and reconciliation cannot go hand in hand with exploding things in Rwanda. Drawing a list of weapons and munitions. We also see where Fernando draws a list of needs, the weapons, ammunition, and other equipment. And Regisa says, there's no problem. I'll speak with Paul. Just tell us what you can buy locally. Then Paul will contact our business people in Europe. Then they will see which ones they will purchase in Asia. Your Honor, that has nothing to do with reconciliation in Rwanda. But like we've said, that's within that modus operandi of terrorist organizations. They pretend to be humanitarian with legal activities, but their true purpose is terrorism and helping terrorist organizations. And now back to the question. We needed to give enough context to draw the link between the two. If you look at the letter to Rusesabagina's letter to the former Burundian president and Rusesabagina's book, the court wants to know the link with terrorism. If we went back to explain, to answer that question, we wanted to clarify a few things to answer your question. Now, an ordinary man, Rusesabagina's autobiography on page 65, where he says that he was surprised to be called a hero. Then he also says how he started his foundation with the help of a few friends. He started Hotel Rwanda Rusesabagina Foundation. What we want to reiterate is the reason, or as he puts it in his book, his objective, the foundation's objective or vision.
Started the Hotel Rwanda Rusesabagina Foundation to provide education and health care to the thousands of orphans and homeless children who live in Rwanda today.
He says that his foundation has the objective to help in education and health to thousands of orphans in Rwanda and other homeless children in Rwanda. But what we want to show the court is that vision, that Rusesabagina Foundation's vision, is in line with what the witness said yesterday. She said she used to be one of the staff members, a volunteer in the organization. She said first she was convinced with what they were doing, but gradually she came to realize that the true activities of the foundation had nothing to do with its mission. It's what we see in that book. They said they were about education and healthcare to thousands of orphans in Rwanda, but the witness said that's totally wrong. She came to realize that Rusesabagina Foundation, PEDER, was one and the same thing, same leadership, same meetings. Not only was it political, it was also about terrorist activities against Rwanda. We're not going to go back to that. But that's one thing. What the witness said is supported by this letter written to the Burundian president. Your Honor, allow us to go back to this letter. We've said it before. It was written on behalf of the foundation, and RUSESABAGINA himself signed on it as the president and founder of the Hotel Rwanda RUSESABAGINA Foundation. But you look at the content of this letter. If this foundation was truly about helping orphans in education and health, as he says in his book, there's nothing of the sort that we find in this letter. Instead, we see politics and that is in line with the terrorist activities that came to be committed. It has a logical flaw. Your Honor, as we've said, we'd like to go back to the letter. It requested for an appointment with the President of Burundi. It says, Mr. President, I'm writing on behalf of RUSESABAGINA Foundation. And I'm the president and founder of the organization. My name is Paul RUSESABAGINA. I managed to save 1,068 lives, people who sought refuge in Milcolin, where I was Director General. 1994 will not be forgotten in Burundi and Rwanda, because both countries suffered a tragic event with the loss of their respective presidents. And this event caused major changes in the whole Great Lakes region, with the destabilization by some negative forces. I applaud the role you play in fighting for democracy, peace, and stability in the whole region, and especially in Burundi. Your Honor, on this paragraph, he says he's writing on behalf of Hotel Rwanda RUSESABAGINA Foundation. He says he's the founder and president. He introduces himself, his name, says what he did during the genocide, says what happened in 1994. He says it's an unforgettable year in the memory of both countries, because they lost their two presidents. Says the whole thing caused major changes in the Great Lakes region, and says that even though there were acts to destabilize that region by negative forces, and that he applauds his recipients has played in restoring democracy, peace, and stability in the region, especially in Burundi. That foundation that he supposedly says was founded to help children with education, healthcare, has nothing to do with this in the letter. It's surprising that the letter says, I'm writing this letter on behalf of the organization, but when you look at the content, there's nothing that is appropriate as per the organization's mission. Now, the following paragraph shows the real intent for that request for appointment. He says, unfortunately in Rwanda, though he has thanked the president he's writing to for his role in democracy, peace, and stability in the region and his country. And he says, unfortunately, the situation remains tragic in Rwanda, with all kinds of evils. The population is oppressed by leadership that has intimidated them, silenced them, and murders them, and they murder people beyond Rwanda's border in neighboring countries, even in South Africa. And there are attacks against the DRC and your own country, Burundi, by that regime in Kigali. This cannot be tolerated. There must be collective efforts to fight that. Before 2005, your country saw similar tragedies. Since you've lived through that discrimination, you are the right person whom to seek advice from to know how we can reverse the situation in Rwanda for people to recover unity and reconciliation. Your Honor, now we're talking politics. After applauding what the president had done, he's showing him all the evils, real and imagined, in Rwanda.
What is astonishing is how the paragraph ends. It ends with no orphans, no suffering of children, no threats to children, no lack of access to medicine and care. Nothing to do with the suffering orphans. In fact, it's about politics. It's a man seeking audience in order to find, in order to express his thoughts about the peace and security in the country, and nothing at all to do with helping children. I think it is just another case of exploiting the label of helping children, suffering children, but it is just used for political and other ends. So there is nothing at all in this letter or in the aim expressed by this seeking of audience with the president, nothing at all to do with the children. And this is not just one aspect. I think yesterday the witness explained, and also the prosecution stressed, that RUSESABAGINA's history doesn't begin recently. It begins with the time when one of his associates was arrested, that is in Bujumbura, that is the witness that you heard this morning. The reason why RUSESABAGINA was asking to meet the president of Burundi is not just an isolated activity, as this letter explains why he wants to meet the president. He was just using the name of the foundation that was supposed to be a charity for helping children to access education and health. But in fact, he uses this foundation to do high-level politics. And this high-level politics is connected with terrorism activities, which, as the law says, there are the acts of terrorism, but there is also the intent or the purpose, the intent of the acts of terrorism. And one of the objectives is what the objectives in normally politics. If it's not politics, it's religion or ideology. And this letter shows clearly that the foundation was used just as a label to hide the terrorist activities behind the apparent seeking of support for a charity. I think it is sufficient, Your Honor, it is sufficient to conclude that although this letter does not refer to any specific terrorist activities, but it's all of a piece. It's all of a piece because when we begin showing evidence, we will show that this letter, the various statements and writings and various activities may vary, may have different names, may be presented differently, but they all have the same objective and they all lead to the objective of supporting terrorist activities. So this is how we will bring these aspects together. I don't know whether we were able to answer the question satisfactorily. Very well. Does your colleague have something to add? But before I give him the floor, I have a question. On the 24th of March 2019, you said somebody was interrogated. Who was interrogated? It's 27th August 2019, sir. It is Rubingisa who was interrogated by the police in Belgium. Fine. So, but what is the relationship between that questioning and RUSESABAGINA case? Yes, thank you, Your Honor. What we began by showing in the morning when we took the floor was that there was a name that had been mentioned many times, that is Rubingisa. This Rubingisa, among the 20 people that are before this court, Rubingisa is not involved, is not present. Yes, don't go into the details, says the president. Yes, just be specific. On this letter, as regards this email, why have you brought this issue and how does it prove your point? Yes, Mr. President, we wanted to say that he was interrogated, this Rubingisa was interrogated or questioned by the Belgian police, and he was asked whether since he went to America, has he been a member or in any way been associated with an NGO, this NGO or another NGO? Please give the names and specify what structure it was and how it relates to Rwanda. And his answer was, I was a member of FDR Humure since 2006 up to 2010, where at what date I moved to RDC, and which he continues to be a member. And then he said, I was one of the FDR Humure founders, including RUSESABAGINA, who was also a founder with me. Then he mentioned another names, Aurien, Nataki, Clemane, Gizichi, Jerome, and so on. And he cited these people as members of the executive committee of FDR, and this is therefore why we brought this up, and to show that this person is not far from this case, because he was a co-member and a co-founder of FDR Humure, co-founder of RUSESABAGINA. And we have shown that in these emails, and what he agreed with Fernando Ngamije to raise funds and generally support FDR. He was doing it not personally, but a member of this political party, and many times in the emails, he explained that he was the one in charge of this aspect of the party, fundraising, and that anything to do with fundraising should or seeking support generally should come to him. And when he was being questioned by the Belgian police, he also mentioned this, and the way he answered. In all his answered, he never denied having written these emails. He said this is his email address. He wrote these email letters, and in fact he was asked, the prosecution asked him whether he had ever been in contact with a terrorist organization in Africa. He said, yes, I spoke with somebody who was in FDLR, and he mentioned Ngamije Fernando, and he specified all that. Also, he accepted and in fact confirmed that the activities they were involved in were terrorists, of a terrorist nature. I was in contact with Ngamije because he was just he just wanted to know what happened in Bwindi National Park. He said, I was just investigating. In fact, he was not at all investigating. He was there because he was supporting their activity. So this is why we use this document that is in the files. It is attachment 130, and it is the brief or the summary of these witnesses, yesterday's witnesses' testimony. Thank you very much. Now, I think we have 15 minutes before midday. Can you please introduce what you want to say, and then we'll have a break, and then we can be given the floor after the break. Thank you, Your Honor. We will not be long because the first witness was very clear, and the second witness was also heard. We won't go back on his testimony, but what is necessary is that we should link what we explained yesterday in the context of these terrorist organizations and how all of them, they have deep roots. They are pre-2018. They go a long way back. Yesterday then, Your Honor, we explained that since FDR Humure has been founded, as had just been said, since there is PDR and FDR that wanted to, FDLR wanted to cooperate with this structure. Unfortunately, it didn't work out well. The witness himself explained, the witness of this morning explained that they fell out. At what point RUSESABAGINA, as chairman of FDR Humure, then came up with the idea that since cooperation with FDR is not possible anymore, we should now, he said, create an armed group that is connected with Humure. And therefore, he contacted Lieutenant Colonel Habiyaremye Noel and asked him to find fighters within FDLR that would break off and form another group that then will be used by him. I think this was explained, and everything was clear. You know, the resources were asked for, they were provided for in the manner that the witness explained. We want to stress this because we know that in 2018, this group that was created was actually a break-off from the main body, and it was explained yesterday that there were signs, or in fact evidence in the file, showing that RUSESABAGINA himself or through associates sent money to Noel Habiyaremye and to others in the specified aim of creating a new armed group that would cooperate or that would be sponsored, let's say, sponsored indeed by FDLR Humure, that will be linked to it. And as we said, it was repeated again by the witness this morning and reiterated in those terms. A second point, the arrest of Habiyaremye Noel, Kano Habiyaremye in Burundi. He explained himself that the issue. He had already explained it in various correspondences that we had had, and when he was questioned by security forces and law enforcement agencies, it was clear. So it also clear that on 20th June 2011, RUSESABAGINA, during the request that Rwanda had sent to Belgium for legal cooperation, in this framework, RUSESABAGINA was questioned about the money he sent for these activities. You'll find it in the testimony on from page 2. This is the testimony, or rather the document that came from Belgium, that was sent by the Belgian authorities. He said the Western Union has records of transfers to Banga Banza Lambert, who was in Burundi. You transferred money through to this person. Do you remember? He said, I don't remember. I told you that I don't know the person you're mentioning, but I know nothing about this transfer, because you are giving me copies of this document. I say, well, this is just manipulation by the Kigali government. They want to make everybody believe that I'm allied with the FDLR and other terrorist organizations. And you're now asking me whether I recognize my signature on these transfer documents. I said, well, my signature can be found anywhere. You know, it's on Google. And but I did not sign this document. So this means that he said he didn't know the person who was sent the money, Habiyaremye Noel. He didn't send the money, and he knows nothing about it. But at the same time, we have now the witness who confirms that RUSESABAGINA sent him this money, and he received it when he was in Bujumbura. So this is the point, then, Your Honor. We want to show that this manipulation against RUSESABAGINA by showing that he's connected with terrorist organizations. Well, why would they have to do it through Burundi, through the Burundian authorities, or through the American authorities? Because the Americans did an investigation and showed that this man was sent by RUSESABAGINA, but when he was questioned in Belgium, he denied it completely. But, Your Honor, the testimony of the witness this morning has just confirmed that the witness did receive this money, and he received it from RUSESABAGINA. Yes, but RUSESABAGINA had told Habiyaremye Noel, according to the witness, that you can't do politics if you don't have force. You don't have an armed group to support your politics, you won't get anywhere. And this is why this branch was created, the armed wing. And this is how MRCD was born, because Lieutenant Colonel Habiyaremye Noel explained they were just at the beginning of the activity. They were beginning to implement the activity, and so that RUSESABAGINA, in fact, at that time, had no other connection with this new group, FDR, except Habiyaremye. And this is why when Habiyaremye was arrested, the composition or the formation of this armed group was stalled, because RUSESABAGINA had no contact with these people by RUSESABAGINA was in America or in Europe. He was in both places, and he was cut off. In fact, at that time also, those who were fighting in the bush in Congo were cut off also, because the contact had been Habiyaremye Noel on all sides. So therefore, when the witness of Habiyaremye Noel confirms perfectly what we had already explained to the court about RUSESABAGINA plans to create a terrorist or an armed group which would serve the purpose of his the organization he has, the party he has set up, the political aspect. Therefore, RUSESABAGINA, using his party Ihumure or his foundation, RUSESABAGINA Foundation, using both this his party, his foundation, it is clear that he had very important activity using these organizations, as we explained yesterday, and it has been confirmed by witnesses. With your permission then, Your Honor, I think maybe we should now start with the history of this political party. But it's already midday, sir. With your permission, may I suggest that, just as you said, we should have a break, and then next time when the court sits, we will begin where we have ended. Thank you. Thank you. You are right. I think we should have a break. And at 1, we shall resume, and then you will resume with this point about this political party. The court is now in recess.
urukiko
mwicare. Iburanisha ryari ryasubitswe rirasubukuwe, twakomeza n'ubushinjacyaha.
Murakoze, Monsieur le Président. Dusubika mbere ya saa sita twari tumaze kugaruka ku guhuza imvugo z'abatangabuhamya bumviswe n'urukiko kuri context. Tukaba tugiye gukomereza ku gice kigaragaza ivuka rya MRCD FRN noneho mu bikorwa. Mbere yari imyiteguro yo kugira ngo hagere ku buryo MRCD FRN umutwe w'iterabwoba, uyu mutwe aba bantu 21 bari imbere y'urukiko bose bakoreyemo ibyaha. Nk'uko rero twari twasoje tubivuga ko Paul Rusesabagina n'ishyaka rye rya PDR Ihumure bari barifuje, baragize icyifuzo cyo kugira umutwe w'ingabo ushamikiye kuri PDR Ihumure, na tentative bagiye bakora nk'uko zo kuwushinga nk'uko twagiye tubigaragaza, ntibabigereho kubera impamvu zitabaturutseho kugeza 2009 aho Lieutenant Colonel Habiyaremye Noel yafatwaga. Ntabwo Paul Rusesabagina yahagarariye aho ngaho, kuko yaje gukomeza imishyikirano n'umwe mu baofisiye bakuru ba FDLR wari waritandukanije nayo, wari uzwi ku mazina ya General Ndagijimana Laurent alias Wilson Irategeka Rumbago. Uyu nguyu akaba yari komanda wa secteur muri FDLR, hanyuma aza kutumvikana na General Mudacumura wayoboraga FDLR, hanyuma yitandukanya na FDLR ajyana n'igice kinini cy'abasirikare yayoboraga. abenshi muri abo basirikare cyangwa se abenshi mu baregwa hano ni bamwe mu basirikare bari basanzwe bari muri FDLR bakitandukanya nayo bajyanye n'igice cyajyanye na General Ndagijimana Laurent alias Wilson Irategeka Rumbago. Icyo gice rero cy'abasirikare yatwaye amaze kwitandukanya na FDLR, nawe yashatse kugira structure nk'iyi yari isanzweho muri FDLR, aho yari ifite muri FDLR yari parti politique ikagira n'ingabo za foka. General rero Ndagijimana Laurent alias Wilson Irategeka Rumbago nawe yashinze umutwe wa politique witwa CNRD Ubwiyunge. CNRD Ubwiyunge ikaba yari parti politique. Hanyuma ingabo ze abasirikare bose yari yaratwaye bari muri FDLR bakomeza bitwa ingabo za CNRD, CNRD armée CNRD. Ariko haza n'igitekerezo cy'uko bakwitwa Force de Libération Nationale, ariyo FLN. Cyari kikiri projet nk'uko bamwe mu batangabuhamya bagiye babivuga. Ku itariki rero ya 4 z'ukwa karindwi 2017 nibwo Paul Rusesabagina, nyuma y'igihe yari amaze ari mu mishyikirano na General Wilson Irategeka, baje kugera kuri compromis cyangwa ku bwumvikane bwo gushyiraho umutwe wa politique uhuriwemo na CNRD Ubwiyunge ya General Irategeka hamwe na PDR Humure ya Paul Rusesabagina. Iyo mpuza mashyaka bashinze bayita MRCD. MRCD rero ikaba yarashinzwe igizwe na parti ebyiri kuri iriya tariki twavuze, PDR Humure na CNRD Ubwiyunge. Aha rero MRCD imaze gushingwa niho Paul Rusesabagina rero yarageze ku nzozi ze zo kuba afite igisirikare, kuko PDR Humure yihuje na CNRD bagashinga umutwe wa MRCD, bari bafite ingabo, ari naho izo ngabo zari za CNRD Ubwiyunge zayoborwaga na General Ndagijimana Laurent alias Wilson Irategeka. Ubwo yari amaze kugera ku mugambi, kandi turaza no kubigaragaza nyuma. Ku wa 18 Werurwe 2018 habayeho kwinjizamo irindi shyaka, undi mutwe wa politique wari uyobowe na Sabimana Calixte alias Sankara. Uwo mutwe wa politique wagarutsweho kenshi, yaranawusobanuye, wari ufite witwaga RRM. Sankara amaze kwinjira nawe yavuze yuko azanamo amaraso mashya nk'uko yanabisobanuye. Yazanye abasore 30 bashyirwa mu gisirikare cya CNRD, maze noneho ya projet y'izina ya FLN ishyirwa mu bikorwa. Za ngabo bazita FLN, Force de Libération Nationale. MRCD kuva yashingwa ku itariki ya 18 Werurwe 2018, Paul Rusesabagina niwe wari perezida wayo. Icyo gihe MRCD ikaba yarayoborwaga ku buryo buri collegial, aho Paul Rusesabagina yari perezida, Ndagijimana Laura alias Wilson Irategeka Lumbago akaba premier vice president, hanyuma Nsabimana Calixte alias Sankara akaba deuxième vice president. Bakaba bari barumvikanye yuko ubuyobozi buzajya bwareterana muri ayo mashyaka, umwaka umwe hakayobora Pederi Humure, undi mwaka hakayobora CNRD ubwiyunge, umwaka ukurikiyeho hakayobora RRM, gutyo bakagenda bareterana ku buyobozi. Ariko Monsieur le Président, kuva MRCD yashingwa, Paul Rusesabagina yakomeje kuba perezida kugeza hafi mu mwaka wa 2020, ari uko Generali Irategeka yaratakiriho, niba ariko uko udukurikije ubuhamya bwatanzwe. Noneho kuva yashingwa nta alternance yigeze iba, Paul Rusesabagina yakomeje kuba perezida wa MRCD. Uyu mutwe rero wa MRCD wari ufite ingabo za FLN. Icyambere cyatumye wihuza na Paul Rusesabagina byari uko Paul Rusesabagina ari we wari ufite ubushobozi bwo kuwufinansa finansiyerema, wo kuwushakira ubushobozi bujyanye n'amafaranga. Ibi byaranakozwe, tuzabigarukaho mu buryo bw'ibimenyetso muri iyi etape, ntabwo turi bubitindeho. Usibye rero kuwushakira ubushobozi bw'amafaranga butuma ingabo za FLN zishobora kugura ibikoresho bikenerwa mu ntambara no gutunga abasirikare, FLN yakomeje noneho n'igikorwa cya recruitment, cyo gushaka kongera umubare w'abarwanyi, kuko mu by'ukuri nk'uko twari twabisobanuye haruguru, FLN ishingwa cyangwa se bashyiraho ingabo za FLN zari zigizwe n'abasirikare bari bayobowe na General Irategeka Lumbago, mu gihe yari akiri muri FDLR, abo yashoboye gutwara. Byasabaga rero ko kugira ngo umutwe ukomeze kwiyubaka, bagombaga gukomeza no gushaka abandi binjira mu gisirikare. Niko byakozwe, bigarukwaho mu buhamya butandukanye, aho za recruitment zakorerwaga ahanini mu nkambi z'abanyarwanda baba mu bihugu bitandukanye, ariko cyane cyane muri DRC, Uburundi, Uganda n'ahandi. Mu gushakisha aba basirikare, Monsieur le Président, byagiye binagarukwaho, ntago batoranyaga, kuko n'abana batarageza ku myaka 18 y'ubukure bashyizwe muri icyo gisirikare. Ibi byagarutsweho na bamwe mu baregwa muri uru rubanza ubwo babazwaga. Tuvuze urugero, ingero nkeya, hari ibazwa rya Nizeyimana Mark wari komanda second na S3 muri secteur ya kabiri muri FLN, icyo gihe akaba yari afite ipeti rya koroneri. Mu ibazwa rye mu bugenzacyaha ku itariki ya 5 Nyakanga 2020, 15 Nyakanga 2020, no mu bushinjacyaha kuwa 23 Nzeri 2020, yasobanuye ko ku bijyanye na recruitment basabaga uburenganzira muri perezidanse bwo kujya gufata abana mu mpunzi. Bamara kubona ubwo burenganzira bagashaka ikipe y'abasirikare ijya gufata abana bafite imyaka 18 bose, ariko ko bigeze mu kwezi kwa Kamena 2019 nta myaka y'ubukure bigeze bareba, kubera ko bashakaga abarwanyi bahagije. Ibi byanongeye gushimangirwa na Mukanduti Angelina, nawe uburana buregwa muri iyi dosiye, wari komiseri ushinzwe umuryango n'iterambere ry'umwari n'umutegarugori muri MRCD-FRN, aho mu ibazwa rye mu bushinjacyaha kwa 28.
And on the 18th September 2008, admitted that there were child soldiers that were recruited, especially girls, because he said he made a specific effort to recruit young girls. Now, there was, as you know, the three chairmen, headed by RUSESABAGINA, who issued the instructions. So whenever they say we will ask the presidency or the College of Presidents or chair, that's what they mean. So for example, girls of 18, even below, younger, but you could take them if you see the girl looks strong enough. You don't look for her at her age, so she's taken away to be trained as a girl soldier. So there were the three parties that I cited who contributed, but of course most of the money came from those who were in America, Europe, and some of the countries in Africa also, where the members were well off. So, but most of the money came from well-off countries. And as he said himself, on 31st September 2020, it is RUSESABAGINA himself who said that he used to give these funds, to collect them, give of his own funds, and collect from others as well. So this means that financially, FDR was financially supported by RUSESABAGINA because he gave the largest contribution, first of all, and second, he used his name to raise funds from other donors. And when we come to the time where we can provide evidence, we shall provide evidence of the amounts that would be collected from various countries to be used for weapons purchase. Your Honor, Mr. President, we want also to stress the fact that, as we said earlier, that RUSESABAGINA's dream was to have an armed branch for his political activity, because as he said himself, you cannot get very far without force. So he was not merely a politician, he was now the head of a terrorist organization that would attack the country to kill people, destroy infrastructure for no other purpose other than frustrate the work of the security instances and law enforcement agencies, just to perturb the country. So now, with your permission, Your Honor, I will ask the Deputy Prosecutor General to continue from where I ended. You may go ahead, says the Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Honorable Judges. I think MRCD has been described. I think now we can say that MRCD FRN in 2018 launched attacks on Rwandan territory, as has been explained, and those attacks killed the civilians, wounded others, infrastructure were destroyed, vehicles, cars and motorcycles were burned, other people were kidnapped, and property was also confiscated or robbed. This is what MRCD FRN was done to the people in various areas. And in the news or on in social media, let's say, Sankara, that is, Karisa would be involved in these attacks, and it has always been said that these were FLN, MRCD attacks. Even RUSESABAGINA had occasion to brag about this and claim responsibility for them. In fact, he himself and his spokesperson, who was also, and we will show this in the evidence. So he and his spokesman also recognized this. For example, in Nyaruguru, Nyamagabe, Rusizi, at various times were the site of these attacks. What we should understand well, and we want the court to note this, is that these attacks had a great impact on the people. First of all, terror. These attacks really terrorized the people. But also, as it was mentioned yesterday in the pleading, one of the objectives of these attacks by these terrorist groups is to terrorize the people. One group or one region But the message is that the others, those who were not directly affected, we will also feel this fear and this terror. Now, this is a subject that was studied very abundantly by specialists and experts. Professor Diane Lichard, for example, or there was even the special code for Lebanon, and Gaga Salim Jamil Gaga, and colleagues explained that there is a difference to be made between terror attacks and ordinary attacks. With the permission of the court, we shall read what this expert said. It's in English.
Between terrorism and other crimes lies in the context in which terrorist victimization occurs. Between and its audience.
So it's clear. Ordinary crime is different from crime intended as a terror, as a terrorizing event.
Definition are attacked as representative of a larger group. In her view, with these crimes, we don't only talk about the direct victim, but we talk about actually the entire population. And we could stretch it even further, the entire international community. Mr. President,
so, Your Honor, as is clearly shown here, is that a terror or a terrorist act, of course, targets a group of innocent citizens, but they are not the only target. They are somehow a representative of sample, let's say, a representative sample that the terrorists have sampled or have selected as to spread a lesson to the rest of the population, to spread the terror that they have suffered. We shall explain this when the time comes to plead with evidences, but we can say already that the message to the Rwandans, the Rwandan community or population was, this is what we are able to do. And the witnesses of yesterday and today as well will have shown, and others will show, that after these attacks there was a press statement signed by the spokesperson, Nsabimana Calix Sankara, Aliala Sankara, or the chairman or the president, who is Paul RUSESABAGINA. And when we look at these statements, you can see that the target was not just the local population, but as was shown or evidenced by the statement, the Rwandan community as in its entirety was targeted. So, for example, on 19th, on the attack of 19th, Alias Sankara, who was a spokesperson for this party, had a statement 2019/03/19. You have it in the file, Your Honor. So in this statement, he was calling the Rwandans of nearby regions of the western province, those who were close to the forest of Nyungwe, He said, be careful, don't move at night, and especially don't come near the border of the outskirts, rather, of the forests of Nyungwe. So this means it follows on after the attack, and this is a message that we obviously want to spread this terror, not just for the attacked villages or areas, but to everyone. This is one example. Second example, on 21st March 2019, Sankara, again the spokesperson and vice president of MRCD FLN, put out a different statement on the following day for the journalists and foreigners and people and other people as well. And he asked the people who not to come out, no vigilante groups, nobody at night should come out to guard or watch over the people. Another statement, again in 2019, -04 March 2019, this was a message from RUSESABAGINA, a press statement actually, because it was meant for the journalists. I said he was calling Rwandans and foreigners and anyone living in the region not to approach those areas that had been the target of attacks. So you see, the mere fact of these statements shows in itself this is just to terrorize the people, to spread terror among the innocent civilians of that area. So what do these statements prove? They prove that this terrorist group, MRCD FRN, only aimed at terrorizing the local population, the people who live there, the people who live in Rwanda in general, because the statement of course spread to the rest of the Rwandans, and also any foreigners who may be living in Rwanda who may want to come to Rwanda. So it went beyond. The intention was that the terrorizing or the terrorization will go beyond Rwanda, beyond the region, and throughout, and spread throughout. And this, I think, was the aim. The aim was that they should get themselves become famous, become well known and feared, but known. And I think, as you were able to hear, some of the leaders of this terrorist group was being publicized by their leaders on social media or press statements, and very openly. And it shows that it was planned. The terror was a planned enterprise, and we shall show that when we come to the stage where we present the evidence and show that some of the accused here, when they made their own statements, when they were being questioned, they explained the objectives. 2 examples. Let us begin by one of the accused who was involved in a number of the attacks in Rusizi, Matakamba Jean Berkmans. His role was to receive weapons, that is firearms, guns and munitions, including grenades, and these came from DRC Congo. He received them, he kept them in a store and distributed them to those who were going to attack. But he himself was involved in some of the attacks, as we shall have opportunity to show the court. But when he was being interrogated on the 16th June last year, 2020, he stated that he was asked, when you received these weapons and were asked to store them, what did you think they were for? I will cite what he said. I will quote, "I knew these were illegal weapons, and I knew they were there to disturb the peace in the country. But I had been taught that it was important to organize these attacks because that will promote a peace, in the sense that when we have attacked, and then we'll follow on with asking for a meeting of negotiations." But this is what he explained. The objectives was to terrorize, then demand negotiations. And the plan was to continue the attacks and continue while the political wing was asking for negotiations, pressing for negotiation. So this man has a major role. He explained himself that he was in charge of acquiring and distributing weapons. He explained that there was a message to terrorize and then sort of open the way for negotiations, for a call to negotiations. So, but there's a law of 2018 on fighting terrorism, and in this law it explains clearly that in the law itself that distributing weapons, terrorizing people, putting pressure on the state to refuse to obey the law or go against a particular aspect of the law. It shows that these groups have shown personally themselves that they broke the law, first by targeting innocent civilians for the purpose of terrorizing them. So this is what Matakamba said. There was another accused who also in his statement said the same thing. Nibiramira Innocent. He also had a role in these attacks in Rusizi. And I will not read everything, but on the 16th, he also explained the issue of those grenades that were thrown into this town of Kamembe, Rusizi. Why was he asked? Well, it's because it's a town where there are a lot of people, a lot of concentration of people, so that if we throw a grenade, then will become famous throughout the country. So this is the objective. Yes, it was very clearly shown that if you kill people, many people, in a place that is inhabited by a large number of people, then the message will spread quicker. Another point that we should make is that a number of vehicles were burnt or damaged. They were asked why, and they were told that they should shoot cars. Shoot at cars, any car. Didn't matter at all. It's not that they knew who was in the car or who was the owner of the car. It was just a random shooting at vehicles for the purpose of terrorizing the population. So these are, Your Honor, these are the objectives that this group had itself admitted to. And it shows, and it has admitted itself, that it's a terrorist organization. And if we look at the various signs that are testimonies of a terrorist organization committing terrorist acts, it is clear, but we will come to this again when we come to the stage where we can present evidence. So this is a long-term, well-planned objective. It was long in planning, and it was then executed. So we are asking, Your Honor, honorable judges, that the accused also contribute to showing where the truth stands, even before the actual trial with evidence begin. I think they should come forward and confirm that the aim was terrorizing innocent populations. So with your permission, Your Honor, my colleague will take the floor on procedures. Yes, says the President. Before he begins, let me ask a question. Who was attacking? Which group was attacking? Was it both groups or one? Which one terrorists? Were they both? Clarify this, please. Thank you, sir. As the prosecution has shown or explained, MRCD is one group. The way it was born was explained. Its history and background. Two people made a coalition and created MRCD. And I think even before I took the floor, sir, Paul RUSESABAGINA, who was the head or the president of this institution, had planned and explained that he wanted to recruit an armed branch for his movement. So this is what we mean. So we say MRCD, FRN, but actually both these groups were one in the sense that it's the MRCD that was in charge. The orders came from MRCD. The terrorist acts and other activities were carried out by people who were on the ground in the fields, in those areas that where the attacks were to be taken. So we combine them, but because that is because they were the same thing. The leadership is the same. The head or the head is the same. The communication was all targeted by one single group.
Did you want to add something? Just something, just one point. So you wanted to know the terrorist organization. Exactly, is it FLN, MRCD, is it one and the same thing? Please clarify that. Your Honor, the terrorist organization we're talking about is MRCD FLN. That's the terrorist organization we're talking about. And it's an entity with the political wing and the military wing, which make MRCD FLN. It's one terrorist organization. It's not just the military. Even the political branch was part of it because they were the masterminders and the leaders. They were not on the outside of the organization. It's the same body, MRCD FLN, the political branch and the armed wing formed one and the same terrorist organization. So the court should consider that it's all about MRCD FLN as one organization. Okay, carry on. You had the floor. Please proceed. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, honorable judges. My colleague, just one moment, PN Roberto. Let's clarify a little more. We're trying to. We all know some math. If you have a whole and a part, so what's the head? Why? So maybe MRCD is the head, and maybe FLN is a member of MRCD. Is that clear? Is the question clear? It's clear, Your Honor. Obviously, MRCD, in and by of itself, is a political party. It's a political party. It's an umbrella of political parties, CNRD, Ubiyunge, Pederi Humure, and Dararen. As MRCD alone, it wouldn't be, you wouldn't get the full picture. You get the full picture when the three political parties formed an armed group called FLN. So the terrorist organization, you have a political wing and a military wing and a terrorist organization. The armed group is FLN, the political wing is MRCD alone. But once you merge those two, MRCD, FLN, you get a terrorist organization. And Jean-Pierre, did you want to add anything so we can move on? So we need to, we will have more clarification. Yes, Your Honor, we've explained that a terrorist organization, for it to qualify as such, it's because of the intent it has when it's being created, or because it's carrying out terrorist acts. You've asked the question, you've talked about the math. My colleague has explained. As at the beginning, CNRD, when it was still a political party with its own political wing, and then it merged with the Pederi Humure, they formed MRCD with the FLN army, with their agenda, the political agenda. But remember, when we explained, we talked about 1566 UN resolution that said that organizations that aim to promote good causes, but that in reality have a terrorist agenda, do exist. It's the case here. They pretended to be for human rights, but what they did was they conducted terrorist acts. It's what we see in UN Resolution 1566. My colleague talked about 2 terrorist organizations. These 21 accused, some of them were with the FDLR-FOCA, which is not different, because FDLR political wing and FOCA armed wing, all of them had been created to conduct political operations with terrorist acts. We have now we're talking about MRCD-FLN. Let's focus on that. Like we've explained already, PDR Humure, when it merged with CNRD Ubwiyunge, CNRD had a political wing. It had a plan to give it a name. It called it FLN. And they also said that those political parties, once they merged, CNRD Ubwiyunge and PDR Humure, they started an umbrella of parties, MRCD-FLN, but because PDR joined CNRD, which already had a political wing, that army became the army of that umbrella of parties. So CNRD's army became MRCD's army. So the MRCD umbrella was created like that. Your Honor, what is a terrorist organization here? Is the MRCD-FLN, especially because you cannot separate the two. You cannot separate MRCD from FLN, because as we will explain, we'll keep explaining, MRCD political wing and FLN as a military wing, the army was getting instructions on the field from the College of Presidents. Which college is the presidents of those 3 political parties, PDR Humure, the president of CNRD Ubwiyunge, and CNRD of RRN, the president of RRN, and those 3 formed what they called the College of Presidents. They were co-presidents, so to speak. So, instructions on the field were given by the College of Presidents. As my colleague said, one of the accused said that when they were recruiting within Rwandan refugees, they used to get instructions from the presidency, which is those 3 presidents. They were given orders to recruit within FLN. The operations they conducted, what FLN did, and its intent, its mission, they said they wanted to liberate the country and bring democracy in the country, but their means were through the FLN army with its terrorist attacks. Your Honor, the terrorist organization we're talking about is MRCD-FLN, but when we're talking FLN alone, it's only an armed wing. My colleague Claudine wants to add a few things. Thank you. Go ahead. Then we'll move on. Thank you, Your Honor, honorable judges. Just to clarify what my colleagues had said, we have documents we want to mention. We have one of the document that was found on RUSESABAGINA's computer when the Belgian police served a search warrant at his house. And that document is in the dossier. The document is called Plan Directeur d'Action. It's a roadmap, so to speak, from 2019 to June 2020. And that roadmap they had for that period is in four parts, and that would bring more information in addition to what we've clarified as MRCD and FLN and which wing is a terrorist wing. The first section is about the political plan, second, diplomatic and diplomacy, and the third on the finances, and the fourth was about demobilization. The fifth section on the military matters. Your Honor, this document is in line with what we've been explaining. MRCD in and of itself is a terrorist organization, as we've explained, because of their intent, their agenda, the actions they have undertaken, and their purpose. By definition, that is a terrorist organization. But as they conducted terrorist acts, we want to clarify something here. Not all terrorist organizations use military wings or have an army. There are terrorist organizations that operate without an army, but still they conduct terrorist acts. And MRCD decided to use a military wing, which is FLN. We've explained the origin of that name. What we want to add, and which originates from that document, from the laptop, it's this. Military matters had to do with FLN, and it was one activity. If you look at that action plan, master plan, there were many activities, but an activity that was to be executed by not one person, but by a group of people. So that was the military wing. That's what you see in that document. It's in the system, but they had many plans. They defined what they would do politically, diplomatically, and the finances, where they would get their funds to support their terrorist activities, and then the military matters, and that's how they committed those crimes that this court is trying. So MRCD and FLN are not two different things. MRCD alone is a terrorist organization. Because if we say MRCD FLN, it's because there was that military wing that was given a name. They gave another example, FDLR FOCA, because there was a political wing, and a FOCA armed wing, which made one thing. They formed one thing, even though they had two wings. You cannot separate the two. That's what we wanted to clarify using this document. Okay, the court will take note of that. Go ahead, attorney. You have a question? Please step forward. Thank you, Your Honor, honorable judges. About the concerns raised by the court when they asked the prosecution to clarify if MRCD or FLN, which one was the terrorist organization, if they're the same, we ask we would like the court to allow us to ask for clarification so we can move on. Or if we can keep that for later when we have time for interventions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, Maître, niba ari ikibazo cya precision kitari mu mibu.
Well, if it's you need clarification, if it's not about your pleadings, your arguments, then you can do it. If you want to ask for clarification, you can ask. Go ahead.
Thank
you, Your Honor. As the court had asked the question, is it part of your arguments? Well, we wish to argue about this concern so we can move on, so you can rule on it. If that's the case, then you would bring it up when you give your defense. The prosecution has given clarification. Please take note of that. When the time comes, you will raise it. Thank you, Your Honor. We can proceed. Thank you, Your Honor. Honorable judges, thank you. We were talking about the MRCD-FLN and which one was a terrorist organization, and it's been clarified. Let me add that an individual called Saimana Calixt, when he was giving his plea, he said sometimes they would have meetings, the political branch and the armed branch. He gave examples. And during those meetings, some decisions or direction were taken during those meetings. So that's clear, Your Honor. Now, based on what my colleague said about the different attacks that MRCD-FLN carried out on Rwanda's soil, which was in Nyaruguru, Nyamagabe, and Rusizi districts. Those attacks that we call terrorist attacks, which they are, based on the definition we already gave. After those attacks, Your Honor, that's when the Rwandan investigation started its work on those crimes, and they opened a dossier charging 23 individuals, including Paul RUSESABAGINA, Saimana Calixt, aka Sankara, and Irategeka Wilson, and many others. But on the 9th November 2018, there was a report. There was an international arrest warrant. Your Honor, it was targeting Paul RUSESABAGINA, so he can be brought to justice for those activities we've mentioned, as my colleague has explained, conducted by MRCD-FLN terrorist organization. And there were other arrest warrants targeting Saimana Calixt, aka Sankara, General Wilson Irategeka, and others, so they could be prosecuted, brought to justice. And on 13th April 2019, based on the collaboration between Rwanda and the Comoro Islands, Saimana Calixt, aka Sankara, who was spokesman for FLN, as he's explained himself, he was member of FLN and second vice president of MRCD. He was arrested in the Comoros, thanks to the cooperation between Rwanda and the Comoro Islands. Your Honor, you heard it from him, from his statement. He pled guilty on all charges, and he explained his role and that of his co-accused. And among the individuals he mentioned is Paul RUSESABAGINA, who was the leader of MRCD-FLN. Your Honor, honorable judges, this MRCD-FLN, as a terrorist organization, has attacked Rwanda, has also committed crimes and conducted other attacks in the DRC, in the Congo. And in this context, Your Honor, DRC started fighting that organization and other terrorist organizations operating in the Congo. Your Honor, many fighters were apprehended from MRCD-FLN, and as it's been explained, those fighters were eventually transferred to Rwanda. We've explained this. When Sanzobukire and Munyaneza raised some objections about how they were transferred to Rwanda, but it was done following different conventions, as we've explained. Those fighters were transferred to Rwanda. Some were reintegrated in civilian life, and others were brought to justice. And on 30th May 2019, based on testimony and evidence by Saimana Calixt, aka Sankara, Rwanda's prosecution requested collaboration in investigation, requesting the Belgian judiciary to have a search warrant, for them to issue a search warrant, the residence and of Paul RUSESABAGINA and his car, and the residence of Munyemana Eric. He is also with the MRCD-FNL, and Ingabire Marie Claire. search warrants against those people. We'd like, the prosecution would like the court to interrogate, to ask those individuals about the crimes they committed in collaboration with Sankara. On 19th October 2019, and thanks to that judiciary cooperation, Paul RUSESABAGINA was interrogated by a Belgian investigator together with Rwanda's investigation team. And during that investigation, he denied all the charges against him. And on 21st October 2019, Belgian police did what we had requested as Rwanda's prosecution, and they served the search warrant at RUSESABAGINA's house in Belgium, in Brussels. Many things were taken, including the 2 telephones, a laptop, and different documents. Those telephones, Your Honor, were analyzed by experts in the Belgian police to access different types of information. Your Honor, as we've heard time and again, different documents that were mentioned here. The document my colleague just mentioned, the plan directeur, the master plan, and other documents, and the letters he wrote to different people, those came from his laptop. And those telephones that were analyzed revealed different types of evidence that will be able to show to tell the court, including WhatsApp messages that you will find in the dossier, and we'll have time to go into that in depth. Apart from RUSESABAGINA, there was Mnyemana Eric and Ngabire Marie Claire, who were searched where they live. Their phones and laptops were analyzed by the Belgian police. In addition to that, the Belgian prosecution conducted investigation in money transfer companies, including Western Union, MoneyGram, and Money Transfer. And that investigation revealed a lot of evidence proving that MRCD FLN leaders used to send money to FLN fighters in Kivu forests in DRC and those in Burundi. Semana Calixte had the opportunity to explain that, and he shared details about those wire transfers. On 13th May 2020, Belgian prosecution sent their Rwandan counterpart all the evidence that we've been talking about, from those laptops and phones and Western Union and MoneyGram. All was sent to Rwanda's prosecution. And that was the basis for this dossier that we're using here. It's a lot of evidence. It's all in the system. and we will have an opportunity to explain them further. And on the 28th, August 2020, that's when Paul RUSESABAGINA was arrested in Kigali. We've explained how he was arrested. We're not going to come back to that. That's when he started being interrogated together with 21 co-accused. And that's what we would like to say about the prosecution in this case. More details will be shared as we clarify, establish each and everyone's role in the crimes they have committed. Please allow me, Your Honor, to ask my colleague to say something about how they committed those crimes, those 21 people who are accused in this FLN, MRCD, and FDLR FOCA. Go ahead, Jean-Pierre.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to come back on a few points without repeating what had been said, but I understand what was said about the investigation, but I want to give a context, because the contextual situation will help me explain the points that I want to explain. Your Honor, as has been said,
Paul,
as had been said, RUSESABAGINA had worked with his colleague to set up a political party, PDR Humure, and this is a political party. But as has been said many times, including by my colleagues and also by a witness, the witness of this morning, RUSESABAGINA had always wanted for a long time to ensure that his political party has an armed branch. And when he set up this party, he tried his best to create an armed group, which will be the armed branch, the fighting branch of his political party, which was really his aim. And he did everything he could. He recruited fighters and all the armies or group, or rather armed groups that did not want the Rwandan government, he recruited them wherever they were. But the idea is that the armed group should be attached to his political group. And as the witness of this morning said, Habiyaremye and Noel, as he said, they worked together, but they did not succeed because Habiyaremye Noel was to use his authority, first of all, to draw people, as many people as he could from the group that he was had been heading up to then, FDLR, and bring them over to RUSESABAGINA's group. Unfortunately, he was arrested before much headway could be made, but RUSESABAGINA didn't give up, although of course, the recruitment base majorly was FDLR. So he got into touch with Lategeka and Habiyaremye Laurent, these men who had already broken off, Ndagijimana, who had splintered from FDLR. He has splintered and created CNLD Ubwiyunge, but he came out with a large contingent. Some of them are accused here, others no. So he brought them back, he brought them off from where the group they were at and brought them to the new place, and he created a FOCA, or rather, they wanted to call it Force de Libération Nationale, FLN. The other side was called, the other group was called FOCA. So anyway, Ndagijimana then joined hands with others to create MRCD. This is a Mouvement Rwandais pour le Changement Démocratique. That is the movement, Rwandan movement for democratic transformation. So Ndagijimana Laurent was head, and then on the other side there was PDL Humure, led by RUSESABAGINA Paul, and all of them joined together and created MRCD. MRCD is just an umbrella organization, because MRCD itself, before the name became more general, it had its own army, its own armed groups, so that these groups were also brought into the common kitty, as it were. So when the MRCD was created, there was also Sankara's own group, which was a separate group. So it came also to join the others. So you had three armed groups, and under the same umbrella. So it was understood that CNLD should all join together, and the joined groups should now be called MRCD Umbrella Party. And in fact, that's how it came to be MRCD FLN, which means that there is the army, the armed group, the political group, and the political group will realize the objectives thanks to the armed group. So this is what happened. And now, when this new group was created, the parties that I mentioned, the three parties, they somehow gave birth also to another party by Rwagiramungu, Faustin Rukokoma, Alias Rukokoma, and that was yet another party. So as has been explained, the presidency or the management or the running was collegial. So you had the three, now four presidents. And it was a kind of directorate that ran all these parties. And they call themselves the College of Presidents. So the College of Presidents was deciding political instance, so that even during recruitment drives, the presidency, that is four collegial presidents, will decide what is to be done as regards cooperation, as regards recruitment, as regards managing the people on the ground who were involved in armed groups. So this is how it happened, Mr. President. In 2018, this group, MRCD-FLN, began its activity being attacks, terror attacks on Rwanda, and killing people, wounding civilians who have nothing to do with anything, burning houses, burning cars and motorbikes and property, kidnapping of people, and various other crimes that were carried out in various provinces, Southern Province, in Nyaruguru notably, Nyamagabe, and also in Rusizi. When such attacks had been done, the leadership would brag, first of all claim those attacks and then brag about them through statements. And these statements were commonly read by the president and sometimes by the second vice president in charge of media and communication. These terrorist acts were carried out variously in various provinces, as I said, and those responsible for them, they were the fighters of FLN. Now, this FLN used to be in Uganda, in Congo, and they had wanted to move their headquarters or their localization and move to Rwanda, but through Burundi. When moving through Burundi, General Habimana Hamada, one of their fighters, sent Major General Nsanzu Ikire Felicien alias Irakiza, who is a defendant here in this court. He sent them to Burundi. And during the trip, General Nsanzu Ikire was with Anastase Munyaneza, but they were arrested before they could get far, cross into Burundi, because they were arrested in southern Kivu and sent to Congo, Kinshasa, where they were interrogated and tried, and then they were eventually sent to Rwanda, where the case continued. But despite this setback, they didn't stop their activity. In 2018, Mark Nzeyimana, who's a Kano Nzeyimana, who was the second in command of FLN in Kivu, southern Kivu. This second in command tried to select fighters to be sent to Nyungwe forests through Burundi. Because they were to go through the Kibira forests to terrorize the people, and in fact they succeeded in the provinces that were cited. And then Mr. President Yorona, as we will be able to show when it comes to producing the evidence, on the 19th, in 2018, there were two attacks in Nyamata Nyaruguru, then later on in Kivu, and then again in 18, still in 18, in Nyungwe forest, Kitabi, the locality called Kitabi. And all these attacks had terrible outcomes. People died, others were wounded, others were disappeared, they were kidnapped, abducted, and the property, a lot of properties were damaged. Now I should also add that for these groups to advertise their deeds internationally, well, they did their best to make their activities known. After those attacks, others were prepared, and they were actually carried out in Rusizi, using one of the MLC-FLN fighter called Cassian Bizimana, a sub-lieutenant. They call him Pasi usually. Pasi. There were others who used to be in FDL, Jacques, Ntibiramira, Innocent, and some civilians that were recruited also to help them. Those who were recruited include Shaban Emmanuel, who is also an accused here, Matakamba, Jean Berkmans, Nikuzwe Simeon, Ntawanganyimana Joseph. This Ntawanganyimana supported the fighters. He would help them cross Lake Kivu. So he supported them in that way, and then they would come and attack. So whether those attacks happened in Nyamagabe, Nyaruguru, Rusizi, and elsewhere, all those attacks were done by MRCD, FLN, as the evidence will show. The objective was for MRCD FLN to force the government to negotiate with them through frightening the population and terrorizing them, because I think the jurisprudence is clear, Your Honor, this was terrorism, acts done by a terrorist organization, MRCD FLN. There is no doubt about this. And some of the leaders would say that this wasn't a terrorist organization. They would say that their aim was not to terrorize the population, but to save the country, to liberate the country, it was said. But the UN, in its resolutions, has shown that even if your aim is good, but you go about it through wrong means, such as terrorism, then you are guilty. You are breaking the international law. So this is therefore what I wanted to add to the context I described earlier. I think the time has come for us to provide evidence, concrete evidence, by individual accused person. This is what we had planned, and I think we have reached this stage. Herman Senjimana, I think will be the first, but unfortunately I think the hour is late, so it's up to you, sir, Your Honor, to decide whether we continue or whether we stop and resume the following day and we take one accused after another.
mbere yuko tugeraho banza dusubire mu icyo cyemezo mwari muvuze cy'umuryango w'abibumbye ni icyemezo cyo mu ruhe rwego.
What kind of resolution, UN resolution you're talking about? What probative value does it have? Because you said that even when an organization had a noble cause but pursues it through terrorist acts, then it has to be brought to justice. But what probative value does it have in this case? As we've said time and again, we've established what qualifies as a terrorist organization as per national law and international law. And the law is the main source that we refer to. The Rwandan law and the convention that we've mentioned clarify that for an organization to qualify as a terrorist organization, it has to have been founded with the intent to commit terrorist acts. Second, that organization qualifies as a terrorist organization when it commits such acts. We got that. And we also added that the UN resolution, the UN Security Council resolution 1566 said that terrorist acts, any organization that pursues a certain cause or goal and achieves it through terrorist acts, even if it's a noble cause, but pursues it through terrorist acts, that organization has to be brought to justice for those acts. We've brought that as in addition to what the law provides for, because the law had established what is done in such a situation. We've also clarified that this organization we're talking about has committed terrorist acts. Jurisprudence proves it too, just like the UN Security Council resolution. Thank you. My colleague Claudine wants to add something. What is the legal nature and the probative value of that resolution? That was my question. Go ahead, PN Claudine. Thank you, Your Honor. We want to respond to answer your question. The decisions by the UN Security Council have to be considered as something that is legally, that binds member states of that organization based on Article 25 of the UN Charter. And this article, let's read it.
The United Nations agree to accept and carry out the decisions of the Security Council in accordance with the present charter.
So we find that this article gives binding force to those decisions by the UN Security Council, and the enforcement of that article finds its source in that charter. We will write down that explanation, others will react on it. And like PN Jean-Pierre said, we're running out of time, and you also need time to sign a few documents, and you're about to start a whole other section. We can stop here today, and then we will resume on the 31st. So the registrar will print out the document to be signed. The roadmap we were talking about yesterday will be finalized and sent to you, but don't be surprised. We could start on the 31st and 1st of the next month. Yesterday we were talking about March, but you will have the April roadmap schedule later on. but on the first week there will be one hearing. The second week there will be another hearing, and there won't be this hearing will not be taking place in the second week of April, but others will go on in the following weeks.
Senyimana Herman.
Herman.
Senyimana Herman. Kandutiye. Matakamba. Yego. Shabani n'umwunganira. Sabimana Jean Damascene. Manzu Karere. Mutakamba.
Shabani Masha.
Metero w'Imana Shani. Shimimana Emmanuel. Wakarabye Nirora Marcel Iyamuremye Emmanuel yitwa tumukure mu mazi tuzongera kuruka
aba yaje nuko ataha mbere
Izimana Kasi
ataha mbere nuko afite ikibazo cyari
Sanzu Bukire Felicien Munyaneza Anastase Usuri Kasi Nizeyimana Mark Nizeyimana Mark Sanzu Bukire Felicien Murekatete Ariete Kwitonda Andre Ariete Nguye Hakizimana Theogene Kwitonda Andre Ndagijimana Jean Chrétien Theogene Byukusenge Jean Claude Nikuzwe Simeo Habanganyimana Joseph Simeo
ndutiye Yusufu kampani ya Rufa na Omega
Okay, mwakoze cyane iburanisha ry'umu.
All right, thank you. Our proceedings comes to a stop here.